Hua stood there hesitantly and did not dare to go up for a long time. After all, he was empty-handed and was seriously injured. That's right, there seems to be a sword embryo inside the palace hall of A288. Hua suddenly thought of the furnace inside the palace hall from before. He took a glance at the unpredictable steps, then hastily rushed into the palace hall. Looking for A288 is not particularly difficult. When Hua rushed into the hall, he was stunned again. He saw that on top of the furnace, in addition to the sword embryo, there was also a crossbow. The crossbow was flickering with a dark luster just like the sword embryo. Next to the crossbow, there was also a small box with more than 10 small arrows inside. Ha! When did the crossbow come? Hua was slightly stunned and hurriedly looked at the ground. However, he saw that on the ground, the bloodstain was still there. It did not seem to have changed. Hua's gaze fell on the sword embryo and the crossbow. He almost did not hesitate and took down the crossbow and the small box. After all, the power of the crossbow was still fresh in his memory. Putting the small box in his arms, he took out a small arrow and put it into the crossbow. Hua held the crossbow in his left hand and walked out of the palace with his chest puffed out. However, when he passed through a few palaces, his heart was moved again. He thought to himself, if this is an illusion, then I should think about how to break the illusion. However, how should I do it? Killing these doppelgangers and even myself should be the most decisive method. However, what if I mess up what happened before? That's right. Previously, this Xiao encountered the bone-tempering Hua in statue A71 and competed with him. If this Xiao were to go over now and disrupt their competition, then, wouldn't this illusion be broken? Thinking of this, Hua hurriedly turned back. He abandoned the plan to go to the second floor of Star Moon Palace and hurriedly rushed to A271. As expected, when Hua chased down, the injured bone-honing Hua had not yet entered A271. Seeing Hua come over with the crossbow, although his body was already unable to balance, he was still frightened and raised his hand to guard. Hua said indifferently, "Bone-honing fellow Daoist, don't worry. I will definitely not hurt you. What happened before was only a misunderstanding. Follow I in." Bone-honing Hua slowly entered A271. At this time, the second Hua was in a daze in front of the statue. Hearing the sound, he hurriedly turned his head. Seeing that it was the bone-honing Hua, he hurriedly rushed over. However, he only took a few steps before his face turned pale with shock. He stood there, thinking that Hua had already walked into the palace with the crossbow in his hand. You. The second Hua looked at Hua, then looked at the bone-honing Hua. He was shocked at first, then he shouted, "You are the Devil Emperor. Damned Devil Emperor, you, injured bone-honing fellow Daoist." Hua's heart turned cold. His eyes flashed with a fierce light. The crossbow in his left hand trembled slightly, almost shooting the black arrow. However, he still endured it and said word by word, "This poor Daoist is the real Hua. I want to ask you whether you are the Devil Emperor or not. However, this Xiao can't tell whether this is an illusion or not, and also can't tell who you are. However, for safety's sake, this Xiao wants to use some methods to break this illusion. Therefore, I won't hide it from you. Although I really want to kill you, I am still willing to let you go." The second Hua looked at the Hua that looked exactly like him. His eyes flashed with a trace of confusion. However, facing the crossbow, facing a weapon that could kill him at any time, he nodded slightly. He calmly looked at Hua, then looked at the bone-honing Hua, and said, "Okay. Although I know that I am the real Hua, since fellow Daoist said so, then I will leave. However, bone-honing fellow Daoist is already injured. I ask fellow Daoist to let him rest here. This Xiao knows. You quickly leave." Hua coldly swung the crossbow. He was extremely disgusted by the tone of this illusion that claimed to be Hua. If it wasn't because he wanted to try it out, Hua almost wanted to nail him to death here. After all, this illusion might be an incarnation of the Devil Emperor that might not have fallen. The second Hua nodded towards the bone-honing Hua, and left from the other palace door without hesitation. Hua said to the bone-honing Hua, "Fellow Daoist, go rest beside the statue. After I break the illusion, we will leave together." The bone-honing Hua nodded slightly. He staggered to the side of the statue, and slowly sat down. However, in merely a moment, he lay on the ground again. Blood flowed from his body, and his eyes were still open. Just like the previous bone-honing Xueqi, he was still staring at the statue on three sides. Xueqi, who had already turned around and rushed out of the palace door, didn't notice this. He was still thinking about how to break the illusion. He held the crossbow and rushed towards the first palace door because he clearly knew that if nothing unexpected happened, the phoenix body Xueqi and the devil spirit Xueqi would definitely be killed by the cloaked devil emperor there. Sure enough, when Xueqi rushed into the first palace door, the phoenix body Xueqi and the devil spirit Xueqi were squatting on the high platform, surrounding the already dead dragon vein Xueqi. Before Xueqi could get close, the devil spirit Xueqi jumped up and kicked at Xueqi. He said fiercely, "Motherfucker, you still dare to ask me what happened? Weren't you the one who killed fellow Taoist Long Mai? Weren't we also asked to come here by you? What are you pretending for?" Unfortunately, this time, Xueqi didn't waste his breath on him. His figure flashed slightly, and he berated, "Scram to the side. That was the incarnation of the devil emperor just now. It has nothing to do with I." As he spoke, Xueqi raised his eyes and stared at the pavilion on the second floor of the Star Moon Palace, waiting for the appearance of the cloaked devil emperor. What did you say? The devil emperor can still transform in this Star Moon Palace?" The devil spirit Xueqi was somewhat dumbfounded. At this moment, a black shadow flashed on the second floor of the pavilion. Xueqi shook his hand without hesitation. Boom! A rumbling sound was heard, and the black arrow on the crossbow shot out. Pa! The black arrow hit the black shadow's left arm. The black shadow shook violently, and the black arrow pierced through the black shadow's body and nailed it to the stone wall. However, in merely a moment, another crossbow escaped from the second floor of the pavilion. Xueqi was frightened out of his wits and he hastily shouted, "Fellow Taoists, quickly dodge!" Boom! A huge tremor sounded, and a black light flashed by. It brushed past the face of the phoenix body Xueqi and hit the high platform. The small arrow buzzed, and a trace of blood appeared on the face of the phoenix body Xueqi. "Let's go!" Xueqi didn't hesitate at all. He jumped up from the ground and rushed out of the palace. The phoenix body Xueqi and the devil spirit Xueqi also dispelled their suspicions and hastily chased after him. Xueqi brought the two of them around a few palaces, looked around, and berated, "Did you see that? Just now, it wasn't I who attacked, it was the devil emperor. Do you understand?" Chapter 41:15. Devil spirit Xueqi was quite puzzled and asked anxiously, "Big brother, since this is Star Moon Palace, no matter if it's Taoism, Confucian cultivators, or demons, they can't transform. All of my divine abilities have disappeared without a trace. How is it possible that the fiend emperor can still materialize?" "Damn it!" Xueqi spat. "How would I know? If I knew about it, I would be able to transform too." Phoenix body Xueqi stared at Xueqi and shook his head slightly. "Although fellow Taoist saved us, I still can't believe you." "Since you don't believe me, why did you come with I?" Xueqi was a bit mad. However, he raised his hand and shook a finger a few times, saying, "Whatever I do, I don't need you to believe, and I don't need you to believe. Follow me to A71. Bone-honing Xueqi is already seriously injured. Let's gather together to discuss." "No." Phoenix body Xueqi shook his head. Fellow Taoist Xueqi was born with divine bones. How could he be seriously injured? "Don't lie to us." Xueqi stomped his foot and threw the crossbow to Phoenix body Xueqi. "Damn it, I gave you this crossbow, you still don't believe I." Phoenix body Xueqi took the crossbow and looked at Xueqi retreating a few steps. He said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Fellow Taoist, you keep saying that you want I to trust you, but you don't seem to trust one either." "Forget it." Of course, Xueqi was alert in his heart. He could only shake his head and say, "Just wait here. Remember, you can't trust anyone. This poor Taoist will go and bring fellow Taoist tempered bones over from A7. After saying that, Xueqi hurriedly left. "Damn it, what's going on?" Looking at Xueqi's back after a long while, devil spirit Xueqi said in a low voice, "Little brother's blood-dripping paradise is useless here. How can that devil emperor transform? Perhaps the devil emperor has magical powers that we don't know about." Phoenix body Xuehua glanced sideways at devil spirit Xuehua, raised the crossbow in his hand, and said, "Now, only this thing is the foundation of our survival." Just as they were talking, the sound of footsteps could be heard from the palace door in the distance. Phoenix body Xuehua raised his hand without hesitation. Boom! As the crossbow vibrated, a black light flashed past and nailed itself to the stone wall of Star Moon Palace. "Who?" Demon Spirit Xuehua shouted loudly as he looked towards the palace door. "Of course it's I." Following the voice, Xuehua hurried over from the entrance of the palace. However, Xuehua had already changed into a new set of clothes. This set of clothes was similar to a cloak, and a large patch of boots was seeping out from the left arm of the cloak. However, Phoenix body Xuehua and Devil Spirit Xuehua had never seen the cloaked Devil Emperor on the second floor of the Star Moon Palace. Thus, they were able to tell that something was amiss. Devil Spirit Xuehua quickly asked, "Big brother, why did you change your clothes?" "This Zhao's Taoist robe is already damaged, so I naturally have to change it." The cloaked Xuehua bitterly smiled as he looked at his body and said, "It's a pity that there aren't any Taoist robes in the Star Moon Palace. I had no choice but to randomly find one to wear." The phoenix-bodied Xuehua still didn't relax his vigilance. The crossbow in his hand was still pointed at the cloaked Xuehua as he asked, "Where is fellow Taoist Tempered Bones? Why didn't you bring him along?" "Sigh. Fellow Taoist Tempered Bones is already dead." The cloaked Xuehua sighed. Devil Spirit Xuehua exclaimed, "How is that possible? Big brother Tempered Bones is a god. What method did the Devil Emperor use to kill him?" "There's no such thing as a god's bone." The cloaked Xuehua sneered, "In this Star Moon Palace, you and I are merely mortals. We can die at any time." Soon after, he pointed at the bow in Phoenix body Xuehua's hand and said, "If it was any other time, which one of us would place this kind of weapon in our eyes? But now, fellow Taoist pointed this weapon at I. My life is in fellow Taoist's hands." "Could it be that you were the one who killed fellow Taoist Tempered Bones?" Phoenix body Xuehua asked indifferently. "It seems that, out of the 5 of us, only you were together with fellow Taoist Tempered Bones. All of you follow I." The cloaked Xuehua sighed. "I will tell you how fellow Taoist Tempered Bones died, so that all of you can be at ease." Phoenix body Xuehua looked at Devil Spirit Xuehua. The two of them exchanged glances. Now that the matter had reached this point, there were only 3 people in Star Moon Palace. What other choice did these two have? Fellow Taoist Phoenix body? Fellow Taoist Devil Spirit? Where are you waiting? Suddenly, another voice came from the distant palace. It was Xuehua's voice. "Why is there another big brother?" Devil Spirit Xuehua was shocked. His expression changed greatly and he was about to answer. "Shut up!" The cloaked Xuehua berated. "Didn't I tell you? No one should believe that it is the Devil Emperor's transformation." As he spoke, the cloaked Xuehua brought along the Phoenix body Xuehua and the Devil Spirit Xuehua, who were filled with doubts through several halls and walked into A28. However, Xuehua's faint voice was still transmitted into their ears. "Fellow Taoists, you two are already in a very dangerous situation. You must not trust anyone." Xuehua quickly left the Phoenix body Xuehua and the Devil Spirit Xuehua. They passed through several palaces with great familiarity and arrived at Palace Hall A31. However, not only did they not see the bone-tempering Xuehua in the palace hall, even his corpse was nowhere to be seen. "Damn it, what's going on?" Xuehua was somewhat bewildered. He lowered his head and looked at the bloodstains on the ground. "Previously, I didn't pay attention to how the first Tempered Bones fellow Taoist disappeared. Now, even the second Tempered Bones fellow Taoist has disappeared." However, the bloodstains on the ground were still obvious. Xuehua followed the bloodstains to the corridor outside Star Moon Palace. He saw the bloodstains disappear at the edge of the corridor. Needless to say, Tempered Bones Xuehua's corpse was thrown into the turbulence outside Star Moon Palace. Could it be that it was done by the cloaked Devil Emperor who was injured by me? Xuehua suddenly woke up. His heart jumped and he cried out in alarm. "Oh no, that Phoenix body fellow Taoist and Devil Spirit fellow Taoist are in danger." While speaking, Xuehua hurriedly rushed back to the palace and went back the way he came. Boom! A faint sound of an arrow was heard. Xuehua was even more anxious. He shouted loudly, "Phoenix body fellow Taoist? Devil spirit fellow Taoist? Where are you waiting? Seeing that no one answered, Xiaohua was afraid that the two surviving clones would fall into the hands of the Devil Emperor. He shouted again, two fellow Taoists, you are already in danger. Don't trust anyone. Unfortunately, when Xiaohua chased into the palace, there was no trace of Phoenix Body Xiaohua and Devil Spirit Xiaohua. Damn it, we still fell into the trap. Xiaohua was somewhat angry. He frowned and pondered. Suddenly his eyes lit up. A288. That's right, why are there bloodstains there? Who could have written this? It must be the Devil Emperor. While thinking, Xiaohua hurriedly rushed out of the palace and rushed towards A288. At this time, Phoenix Body Xiaohua and Devil Spirit Xiaohua had already followed the cloaked Xiaohua into A288's palace. They saw a refining cauldron in front of them. The fire inside the cauldron was boiling. An object that looked like a sword embryo was quietly floating above the fire. Devil Spirit Xiaohua stared blankly and asked curiously, Big brother, what is this? Look at the sword embryo. This is fellow Taoist tempered bones. The cloaked Xiaohua's tone carried a hint of sorrow. He reached into his bosom as if he wanted to take something out. The attention of the Devil Spirit Xiaohua and the Phoenix Xiaohua was drawn to the sword embryo. Whoosh! At this moment, the cloaked Xiaohua suddenly took out a small sword from his hand and stabbed towards the Devil Spirit Xiaohua in a flash. Facing the cloaked Xiaohua who was holding a small sword, the Devil Spirit Xiaohua didn't have any power to fight back. He stared dumbfoundedly at the small sword ruthlessly piercing his heart, his face filled with disbelief. Cloaked Xiaohua simply didn't look at Devil Spirit Xiaohua's life or death. His feet slid, following the momentum of the sword. He once again stabbed Phoenix Body Xiaohua's chest. Obviously, he had already calculated this beforehand. Pang! Although Phoenix Body Xiaohua was somewhat caught unprepared, he still waved his bow. The black arrow flew towards Cloaked Xiaohua's face. Cloaked Xiaohua's face carried a sneer. He waved his small sword. With a cheap sound, it precisely hit the body of the black arrow. However, even though the Cloaked Xiaohua's body was greatly shaken, the black arrow was still aimed at the arm of the Cloaked Xiaohua at the bow of the ship. However, after the Cloaked Xiaohua retreated, he still rushed forward. The Phoenix Body Xiaohua helplessly brandished his bow and began to fight with the Cloaked Xiaohua. Devil Spirit Xiaohua was seriously injured in one blow. However, he still didn't die. His complexion was deathly pale. Just like Tempered Bones Xiaohua before, he staggered out of the palace door and staggered to escape to the other palaces. Behind him, Phoenix Body Xiaohua was no match for Cloaked Xiaohua who was holding a small sword. After more than 10 moves, Cloaked Xiaohua's small sword pierced Phoenix Body Xiaohua's body. Blood splattered. In just a moment, Phoenix Body Xiaohua was pierced by Cloaked Xiaohua until his body was full of bloody holes. He collapsed on the ground. He couldn't be more dead. Phoenix Body Xiaohua's eyes also didn't close. He had the same appearance as Tempered Bones Xiaohua. Fellow Devil Spirit? Hearing the sound of a bow and arrow coming from A28, Xiaohua was greatly alarmed and hurriedly quickened his pace. However, before he could approach, Devil Spirit Xiaohua's staggered figure flashed past one side of the palace. Xiaohua hurriedly turned and ran towards the palace door. However, although there were bloodstains on the ground in front of Xiaohua, Devil Spirit Xiaohua's figure was still nowhere to be seen. Even when Xiaohua chased to the stairs leading to the second floor of Star Moon Palace, he still didn't see Devil Spirit Xiaohua. Looking at the bloodstains on the stairs, Xiaohua was somewhat hesitant. After experiencing so many life and death situations, he still hadn't reached the second floor of Star Moon Palace. However, after thinking for a moment, Xiaohua clenched his teeth and stepped onto the stairs. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, the second floor of Star Moon Palace was silent. Looking at the style, it was similar to the first floor. There were corridors and some spikes and textures. Between the spikes, there were also some palace doors with colorful clouds floating in the air. Outside the corridors, there was even a raging turbulence. Xiaohua lowered his head to take a look. The bloodstains extended towards a corner of Star Moon Palace. He thought for a moment and carefully walked over. After confirming that Devil Spirit Xiaohua wasn't hiding at the corner, he turned around. Looking at the corner, there was a palace that was similarly covered by colorful clouds. The bloodstains led to the palace door. Fellow devil spirit. Xiaohua whispered, I have come. I definitely won't hurt you, big brother. Don't kill me. Devil spirit Xiaohua's weak voice sounded from within the palace. Xiaohua sighed and said, Don't worry. After all, you are Ai's clone. Now. Chapter 41:16. As Xiaohua spoke, he was on guard as he walked into the palace. However, when he walked into the palace, the latter half of his sentence was choked back. Another kind of chill rose from the bottom of his heart. He was somewhat dumbfounded as he stood in front of the palace door. Everything in front of him was beyond his imagination. He was really at a loss. This was a palace that was much bigger than before. The words "Yi" floated on the roof of the palace, and on the blue stone floor of the palace, there were blood-stained corpses of demon spirit Xiaohua. Xiaohua did not have divine consciousness, so it was hard to count. However, with a sweep of the naked eye, there were probably tens of thousands of corpses. Moreover, under these corpses, there were many white bones. It was unknown how many years ago these white bones belonged to demon spirit Xiaohua who had died here. And these dead demon spirit Xiaohua were all staring at Xiaohua with their eyes wide open. At this moment, the only living demon spirit Xiaohua was crawling on the ground, trying his best to crawl towards a corner of the palace. He was trying his best to hide in a pile of demon spirit Xiaohua's corpses that had long stopped breathing. He was still shouting, Big brother. You. Don't kill me. Big brother. You. Don't kill me. This. Xiaohua looked at the countless demon spirit Xiaohua's corpses and felt a little dizzy. After a moment, he opened his mouth and said, Don't be afraid, I won't kill you. Unfortunately, when Xiaohua finished speaking, demon spirit Xiaohua had already stopped breathing. His eyes were like the other demon spirit Xiaohua's corpses, staring at Xiaohua with horror in his eyes. Damn it! What is going on? Xiaohua was so weak that he could not breathe. He slowly walked out of the palace, his mind blank. Why did so many demon spirit friends die? Could it be I'm not the first to enter Star Moon Palace? Thinking of this, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He quickly walked to the side of the corridor and leaned over to look at Star Moon Palace's door. He wanted to see if there was a third Xiaohua and his doppelganger. However, wherever Xiaohua looked, his body was nailed to the spot like a clay statue. His face turned pale again as he looked at the first level of Xingyue Palace in disbelief. Over there, two figures were fighting. One of them was wearing a cloak, the same one he had encountered previously. The other held a small sword in his hand. It was the second Xiaohua. This. Xiaohua stared at the corpse for a moment and discovered something strange. He remembered that he did not assassinate the cloaked devil emperor. Instead, he forced the cloaked devil emperor into the turbulence. However, beneath him, the second Xiaohua held a small sword and forced the cloaked devil emperor into the corridor. Then, the second Xiaohua stabbed the cloaked devil emperor's chest several times in succession and killed him. However, when the second Xiaohua killed the cloaked devil emperor and removed the cloak, not to mention the second Xiaohua, even Xiaohua himself was stunned once again. That was because Xiaohua's corpse was beneath the cloak. The two Xiaohus, one standing on the first level of Xingyue Palace and the other standing on the second level of Xingyue Palace, were both dumbfounded when they saw the corpse covered in wounds. Damn it, I always thought that the cloak belonged to the Devil Emperor. The previous illusions were also created by the Devil Emperor. Now, it seems that I was wrong. I was extremely wrong. All of these Xiaohus are Xiaohus. The same thought rose in the minds of the two Xiaohus at the same time. However, before Xiaohua could think any further, the second Xiaohua raised his hand and took the cloaked corpse in his hand. He gently placed it on the side of the corridor and paused for a moment. Then, he released his hand and the corpse fell into the turbulence and disappeared. The moment the cloaked Xiaohua's corpse fell into the turbulence, something that made Xiaohua's body tremble violently happened again. A voice that Xiaohua was extremely familiar with drifted over again. Damn it, this is too dangerous. If it weren't for my nimbleness, I'm afraid I would have fallen into the turbulence. Even I felt that nothing was wrong. How could something happen to you, fellow Taoist? Haha, now that we're here, it's our opportunity. There must be countless treasures in the Star Moon Palace. The third Xiaohua, the Phoenix Body Xiaohua, the Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua, the Bone Tempering Xiaohua, and the demon spirit Xueqi stood outside the door of the Star Moon Palace and looked up at the Star Moon Palace. When he looked at the second Xueqi, he seemed to have also heard the voice. He paused at the side of the corridor and ran towards the other end. When he reached a stone tablet, he stuck his head out again. When he saw the demon spirit Xueqi, he hastily shrank back and stared at the cornice of the palace in a daze. At this moment, outside the Star Moon Palace, the voices of the demon spirit Xueqi and the others sounded again. It must be the Devil Emperor. Let's hurry up and catch up with him. After this little brother devours this Nephilim Emperor, this little brother will also be able to reach the realm of Nephilim Emperor. In the future, this little brother will be able to lend you a hand. Let's go. Io, what should we do? What's wrong, fellow Taoist? What? You don't know? How would I know what fellow Taoist is thinking? This is a little strange. Could it be because of the Star Moon Palace? What's strange about it? As the third Xueqi led the 4 clones into the Star Moon Palace, the second Xueqi carefully stuck his head out again. After looking for a moment, he hurriedly turned around and ran into the Star Moon Palace. Damn it! Xueqi, who was standing at a high place, saw this strange scene and immediately understood. Needless to say, this is not the Star Moon Palace. This is the Devil Emperor's illusion. Or, even if this is the Star Moon Palace, these later ones must be the Devil Emperor's illusion. Damn it, when did I fall into the Devil Emperor's illusion? How can I escape from this illusion? Do I escape through the palace door? At this moment, the scene of Xueqi attacking the cloaked Devil Emperor. No, attacking the cloaked Xueqi appeared in Xueqi's mind again. The cloaked Xueqi's words also rang in his ears. Kill them, kill them. Only by killing them can we escape. I understand. Xueqi looked at the empty first floor of the Star Moon Palace and narrowed his eyes. He said word by word, only by killing all the people who came after I, the bone-honed Xueqi, the dragon bloodline Xueqi, the phoenix body Xueqi and the devil spirit Xueqi, will those stones be able to appear. Only then will the other group of people outside the Star Moon Palace be able to enter. I'm afraid. Only by doing this can I escape from the Star Moon Palace. Of course, if it's like the cloaked Xueqi who escaped into the turbulence alive, he should be able to escape from the turbulence as well. The problem is, if I were to jump out now, it would be different from if I were to be forced down in the past. The time and place would be different. If I were to be forced down, I might be able to escape. But if I were to jump down now, I might not be able to escape. Damn it. No matter what, no matter how I think about it, the only thing I need to do now is to kill the 5 people who just entered the Star Moon Palace. This is something that must be done. Moreover, now that things have come to this, even if I don't take action, those 2 Xueqis will definitely take action. I am now seriously injured. How can I be their match? Rather than being killed by them, I'd rather I kill them. Thinking of this, Xueqi's heart gradually hardened. After thinking for a moment, he quickly ran up the stairs from the corridor on the 2nd floor. Hearing the sound of his own footsteps, Xueqi suddenly recalled that after he killed the cloaked Xueqi, he thought that there was no one else in the Star Moon Palace. However, weren't the footsteps above his head the same as the sound of his running? Wasn't it the same as the previous one who ran? He had tried so hard to break out of the illusion, but in the end, he still fell into the illusion. Xueqi thought and was about to walk down the stairs when he heard a familiar voice. It was the second Xueqi talking to the third Xueqi who had honed his bones. Fellow Taoist, you're quite fast, aren't you? How did you get here so quickly? Of course, I was afraid that you would encounter the Devil Emperor alone, so I specially chased after you. However, fellow Taoist, you also know that I get lost easily. See, I actually came out from this palace door. Fortunately, I met you otherwise. It's better not to go now. The Devil Emperor is in the Star Moon Palace. Let's go together. Whoa. While they were talking, the sound of punches and kicks came from below. The voice of the bone-honing Xueqi was even more obvious. Devil Emperor, do you think I can't recognize you? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Even if you want to transform into Xueqi, can't you show some professionalism? Do you think Xueqi has such a blood-stained, bitter and vengeful appearance? Xueqi stood on the stairs on the 2nd floor and listened coldly because he knew that the second Xueqi would kill the bone-honing Xueqi by accident. Sure enough, with a boom, the second Xueqi shouted, Fellow Taoist tempered bones, this is an illusion. This poor Taoist has just killed a person who looks exactly like this poor Taoist and is wearing a cloak. This poor Taoist won't say much to you. Just watch. Ah. Before the second Xueqi could finish speaking, the third Xueqi who had honed his bones screamed. This. Fellow Taoist, I am indeed not the Devil Emperor. The second Xueqi tried his best to explain, but the third Xueqi who had honed his bones clearly did not listen. Then, there was a series of staggering footsteps that gradually faded away. The first floor of the Star Moon Palace was deathly silent, but the second floor Xueqi's heart also clenched. He thought that he knew that the second Xueqi must be standing on the stairs leading to the second floor and pondering, just like what he did before. However, he could not guarantee that the second Xueqi would give up like him. After all, the second Xueqi killed the cloaked Xueqi. Whether it was what he said to the third Xueqi or what he did, it was not the same as what he did. Fortunately, after a moment, Xueqi heard the sound of the second Xueqi leaving quickly. Xueqi knew that the second Xueqi went to A28 to look for crossbows. He hurriedly came down from the second floor and rushed into the first floor of the Star Moon Palace. However, after passing by several halls, Xueqi encountered the staggering bone-honing Xueqi. The bone-honing Xueqi immediately clenched his fists and looked at Xueqi with extreme caution. Xueqi coldly glanced at him and hurriedly walked past him, ignoring him. The bone-honing Xueqi looked at Xueqi's back and fear appeared in his eyes. At this time he heard Dragon Vein Xueqi's weak voice again. It's Xueqi. The main body killed I. Dragon Vein Xueqi hadn't finished speaking when a burst of hurried footsteps came from outside the hall again. Needless to say, this was the third Xueqi walking in. Sure enough, the third Xueqi's extremely innocent voice sounded out. Fellow Taoist Phoenix Physique, what's going on? Why are you all here? Damn it, you're still asking us what happened. Weren't you the one who killed fellow Dragon Vein? Weren't we also asked to come here by you? What are you pretending for? I just heard a rumbling sound and hurried over from A31. How could I kill fellow Dragon Vein? What's more, where is this place? I have never been here before. You keep pretending. You said you wanted I and fellow Taoist Devil Spirit to come to A31. Isn't this A31? Hearing this, Xueqi sneered and slowly stood up. He extended his crossbow. Quickly dodge! The third Xueqi shouted. His figure hurriedly rolled on the ground and rolled towards the hall door above the high platform. As for Xueqi's crossbow, with two loud boom sounds, Xueqi's Phoenix Body Xueqi and Devil Spirit Xueqi were killed in A31's palace hall. Soon after, Xueqi raised his hand again. Boom! A black arrow chased after the third Xueqi and nailed into the stone wall. Seeing the third Xueqi disappear, Xueqi lifted his leg and jumped down from the second floor of the pavilion and chased after it. However, after looking for several hall doors, he finally walked to a hall door and looked at it with a cold smile. He clearly remembered that he should be hiding inside this hall door, so he didn't hesitate to raise his hand. Boom! The crossbow vibrated and the black arrow rushed into the hall door. However, the miserable scream he expected didn't come. Xueqi was greatly alarmed and hurriedly rushed into the hall. However, he saw that his black arrow fell on the bluestone, but there was no figure of the third Xueqi inside this hall. Damn it! How could Xueqi not know that he had already missed the real hall door where the third Xueqi was hiding? He hurriedly turned around to search. Unfortunately, after searching for a while, he did not find anything. Xueqi simply rushed towards the corridor of the Star Moon Palace. Sure enough, just as he walked out of the door of the palace with the rainbow clouds, he saw the third Xueqi standing at the steps. Xueqi did not hesitate to raise his hand. Whoosh! The black arrow in the crossbow shot towards the third Xueqi. Unfortunately, at the same time that Xueqi raised his hand, the third Xueqi seemed to be on guard. He suddenly lowered his head and the black brilliance of the black arrow brushed past the third Xueqi's head. It fell into the countercurrent outside the corridor and immediately disappeared without a trace. The third Xueqi hurriedly fled into the distance. Xueqi took out a black arrow from his cloak and placed it on the crossbow. He followed the third Xueqi and chased after him. Seeing that there was a turn in front of him, Xueqi was delighted. Boom! The sound of the crossbow rang out again. A black light shot towards the left side of the Star Moon Palace like lightning because Xiao Hua remembered that he had dodged to the left. However, the strange thing was that the third Xiao Hua didn't dodge to the left. Instead, he rushed to the right and disappeared. Damn it! Xiao Hua saw that the third Xiao Hua didn't stop at the turn. He knew that what he had encountered was different from what he had done before. He cursed and chased after him. However, just as Xiao Hua reached the turn, a light whoosh sound rang out and a sword light suddenly pierced towards him. Xiao Hua turned pale with fright. He had guessed the process, but he hadn't guessed the result. Although the third Xiao Hua had fled to the right, he still hid at the turn. Seeing that his crossbow was knocked away by the third Xiao Hua's small sword, Xiao Hua helplessly waved his fist and fought with the third Xiao Hua. The result was needless to say. The third Xiao Hua was also Xiao Hua. He held a small sword in his hand. No matter if it was the first Xiao Hua or the third Xiao Hua, no one could win against them. In the end, Xiao Hua was forced to the side of the corridor by the third Xiao Hua. However, the third Xiao Hua's swordsmanship was like a flower. He asked coldly, Demon Emperor, if you tell me honestly how to get out of this Xueqi palace, I might spare your life. Kill them, kill them. Xiao Hua knew that he had no other way out. He could only shout in a low voice as if he was roaring. Only by killing them all will I be able to escape. Damn it! The third Xiao Hua was also enraged. The small sword in his hand suddenly pierced towards Xiao Hua's chest. He shouted, even at this point, you still haven't forgotten to sow discord. Everyone in this Xueqi palace has been killed by you. Who else do you want to kill? Pooh! The small sword pierced Xiao Hua's chest. That Xiao Hua raised his hand and smashed the wrist of the third Xiao Hua. The third Xiao Hua raised his leg in pain and kicked. Pang! Xiao Hua was kicked out of the corridor by the third Xiao Hua. Ah! Xiao Hua screamed in pain. His chest fell into the turbulence with the small sword in it. Xiao Hua's body floated in the turbulence. After an unknown period of time, Xiao Hua's figure emerged from the turbulence. See! Xiao Hua was a little confused. He turned his head and looked around. It was also in this moment that an extremely dim green light flashed between Xiao Hua's eyebrows. It instantly disappeared. Xiao Hua muttered to himself. Where is this? It was also at this moment that a voice that Xiao Hua was extremely familiar with, one that seemed to be in his dreams, rang out, Husband, go ahead and fly towards the depths of QC. You are no match for them. However, if you head east, you will definitely find a way out. Xiao Hua was shocked. He hurriedly looked towards the direction of the voice. He saw the unforgettable Xueqi flying out from a bamboo forest. Her face was snow white. She stared at Xiao Hua and said word by word. Her eyes were filled with attachment, reluctance, and endless affection. Hee, a foundation establishment girl. Perfected do. He suddenly appeared not far behind Xiao Hua and laughed arrogantly. What if I join in? Another voice that Xiao Hua was extremely familiar with strangely rang out. Ah? Xiao Hua was completely dumbfounded. Master! Why are you here? Of course, at the edge of the bamboo forest opposite Xueqi, a white-haired, wrinkled face helplessly revealed himself. A pair of pitch-black eyes were filled with anger. Chapter 41:18. A teacher for a day, a father for life. Helpless didn't even look at Xiao Hua. He only faced the two nascent soul cultivators and said indifferently, although I didn't teach you anything, but I see you as my disciple. You will always be my disciple. Are you all sick? Kind child slapped his hand, and the pressure above his head surged, instantly making helpless unable to move. My husband, farewell. Xueqi glanced at Xiao Hua, and her eyes turned red. Then, a layer of blood mist appeared in her body. With a loud boom, the blood mist suddenly exploded and covered Reverend Dube. Wife! Xiao Hua looked at this heart-wrenching scene and raised his right hand slightly. Seeing the blood mist gushing out, he cried out sorrowfully. Boom! At this moment beside kind child, helpless also self-exploded, turning into a blood mist of the same shape and covering kind child. Master! Xiao Hua's heart twitched again. He looked in the direction of the kuei he see in the distance and rushed over without hesitation. Woo woo! Xiao Hua's body flashed with lightning as he rushed forward crazily. There seemed to be an invisible barrier in the air in front of him. Xiao Hua fell into it and created thousands of fireflies and sparks, illuminating the air. In the light, the invisible barrier was torn apart. Inside the invisible barrier, a majestic palace slowly appeared. As Xiao Hua's figure swayed, Xiao Hua's figure strangely shattered and reformed, and a brand new Xiao Hua appeared in the air. In the midst of shattering and reforming, Dragon Vein Xiao Hua, Bone Tempering Xiao Hua, Phoenix Body Xiao Hua, and Devil Spirit Xiao Hua slowly appeared behind him. Xiao Hua shook his head, trying his best to get rid of the heavy feeling. However, the more he shook his head, the more confused his mind became. Xiao Hua could only raise his head. When he saw everything in front of him, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this the Star Moon Palace?" The majestic palace in the invisible barrier emitted a faint 9-colored light as it stood there. The 3 big words above the palace door could be seen clearly. It said, "Star Moon Palace." How is this possible? Xiao Hua was dumbfounded. Didn't Do Shanjun say that the Star Moon Palace is somewhere in the hidden immortal continent? How can it be in the space of the ruins? Fellow Taoist, have you forgotten? At this moment, another voice rang out from behind Xiao Hua. Zhu Qing from Zhaixing Lu said very clearly that the Star Moon Palace is a relic left behind by the upper realm in the 3 continents. The upper realm he spoke of. Is it not the ruins here? Xiao Hua was shocked. He suddenly turned his head and saw Xiao Hua of the Dragon Vein standing behind him. Beside Dragon Vein Xiao Hua, Bone Tempering Xiao Hua, Phoenix Body Xiao Hua, and Devil Spirit Xiao Hua were also standing with smiles on their faces. You all. Xiao Hua was bewildered. He pointed at the 4 clones, not knowing what to say. The Devil Spirit Xiao Hua also smiled and said, "Brothers, let's speed up." When the Devil Emperor flew to this place, he actually disappeared without a trace. He must have discovered the Star Moon Palace hidden in the void. He must be hiding in the Star Moon Palace. Let's hurry over and kill him, so that we can take revenge for injuring us earlier. When Xiao Hua brought his 4 doppelgangers and flew towards the so-called Star Moon Palace at an extremely fast speed, a strange black shadow appeared outside the invisible barrier. This black shadow was extremely faint, as if it had no form or substance. This black shadow looked at Xiao Hua's fleeing figure and opened its mouth. A golden light mixed with blood-red light flew out from the invisible barrier and landed in the black shadow. That black shadow trembled slightly and groaned softly, as if it was enjoying it very much. However, after a moment, the black shadow made a strange noise again. Damn it! This Xiao Hua. What kind of reincarnation is he? This is about to be broken down by a tribulation. Why hasn't his physical body been completely shattered yet? Why can the 4 clones be broken down every time we pass through an illusion? When exactly will I be able to completely devour his essence? I can't possibly let him endlessly kill my clones here, right? However, it only lasted for a short while before the voice burst into laughter again. Luckily, I had nothing to do, so I went down to the lower realm to take a stroll and happened to meet such a human with such abundant energy essence. Luckily, this human was greedy for the cloning technique and didn't focus on the immemorial Tao. That's why I was able to take advantage of him. This human's essence is so strange. Just by relying on this human's essence, I should be able to obtain the devil fruit of the supreme heavenly demon, right? Haha, so what if he's the reincarnation of a heavenly god? Falling into the hands of a heavenly demon king like me, he's just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. A tribulation of tempering and killing is enough to crush a true heavenly god's essence. I just need to wait for a moment. When this human kills a few more of my clones and send his essence into the illusion, I should be able to obtain the devil fruit, right? The closer we get to the end, the more we can't be careless. This human's luck is extremely strong. I definitely can't let him make a comeback. However, in this illusion, the sky is the universe and the earth is the earth. The so-called yin and yang and the 5 elements are the principles. All the illusions in the illusion are set up according to his thoughts. Everything is the same as what he thinks. What's special is that there's no divine ability of the supreme heavenly demon in the illusion at all. It's just a simple karmic cycle. No heavenly god can sense anything strange, so how can a little human cultivator notice it? I don't believe that a little human like him can escape from my hands. At this point, Ripples appeared in the space behind the black shadow. The black shadow laughed and said, "Treasure's essence, come quickly. When the last number of calamities arrives, this lord will be able to bear the devil fruit. Haha, I don't know which heavenly god set this up. In the end, it actually benefited me." Sure enough, with a flash of a black shadow, the scenery of the entire space was completely void. And with the appearance of Xueqi's figure from the ripples, the bamboo forest, the pursuit, and the story of Xueqi's helplessness played out once again. Xueqi was still grief-stricken as he rushed into a new cycle of karma. Gradually, the whole space began to change. Black demonic patterns began to appear. These demonic patterns were different from the ones around the Devil Emperor. They were more ethereal, and each demonic pattern contained Sanskrit sounds. As the demonic patterns gathered toward the black shadow, indescribable small worlds appeared and disappeared rapidly in the light and shadow. The whole space was shrouded in a kind of solemnity, like the suffocation before the thunder tribulation. The black shadow was no longer as empty as before. Gradually, there was a sense of heaviness. The heaviness was so great that it was like everything in the world was condensed in the void. In the solemn atmosphere, there were tiny, almost imperceptible waves, like innumerable small insects appearing inexplicably in the whole space. The light and shadow that were still there were completely annihilated by the waves. An indescribable darkness gradually shrouded the space, as if a supreme devil kingdom had silently descended. Haha. In the silent darkness, the black shadow suddenly laughed strangely. "After billions of years of waiting, I finally got everything I wanted." As soon as the laughter stopped, another weak ripple appeared from the side of the space. Xueqi's abnormally thin figure appeared. At the same time, everything that was engraved in Xueqi's bones and heart appeared again. Everything was exactly the same as before. The profound qi in the illusion gradually flew out. As long as it fell into the black shadow's body, Xueqi's profound qi would be absorbed by the black shadow, and the entire space would change again. At this moment, the entire space was vibrating, as if the black shadow couldn't suppress its joy. "Husband, just fly to the depths of the Xueqi Sea. You are not their opponent, but if you fly to the east, you will find a way out." Xueqi was still that determined. Her face was snow-white, and her eyes gazed at Xueqi. She said word by word, her eyes were filled with attachment, reluctance, and endless affection. At this moment, if the previous cycle continued, it would definitely appear again and explode again. But at this moment, a green light lingered between Xueqi's eyebrows. Thousands of soul strands flew out. Xueqi's eyes immediately brightened. However, the space was already abnormally dark. The soul strands flew out like moths to a flame. The strands broke, and the demonic pattern surged wildly, wanting to extinguish the only hope in this space. "Xueqi." Xueqi's voice was very vague and slow, but he said with extreme determination, "I know that you are just an illusion. I also know that you can't hear what I am saying. In fact, when I fell into the illusion for the first time, I already knew what was happening in front of me. However, I was only clear-headed, for a moment." Chapter 41:19. Xueqi said in a daze. His originally illusory figure gradually dissipated, but he still persisted in reaching out his right hand to grab the illusory Xueqi's hand, even though he knew in his heart that in this lifetime, he would never be able to hold that warm and smooth hand again. Haha. The entire space was filled with a strange laughter that sounded like a night owl. It seemed to be extremely disdainful of human emotions like Xueqi. However, as soon as the laughter ended, Xueqi's surprised voice sounded. His originally blurry consciousness was suddenly maintained at that place. Furthermore, he could clearly feel that there was a kind of warmth and trembling coming from his hand. Xueqi lowered his head in disbelief. He saw that on his right hand, there was a broken heart-shaped symbol that was emitting a holy light in the pitch-black devil nation. Furthermore, as the light was projected onto Xueqi's illusion, the same spot where Xueqi was holding Xueqi's right hand also emitted a holy light. The two rays of light flickered as if they were breathing, but also as if they were talking to each other. As the light flickered, a beautiful woman's figure appeared in Xueqi's illusion. The woman's face was filled with surprise and joy. Although the woman's appearance couldn't be seen, she was holding Xueqi's right hand with the same strength as Xueqi's. Their fingers were interlocked. "My love," Xueqi moaned. He couldn't help but shout, "You're finally here, boom." As soon as Xueqi's voice fell, the imprints on their right hands trembled at the same time. They flew into the air and landed between the two of them. With a boom, they transformed into a complete heart-shaped symbol. Swoosh! There was another crisp sound of a silver bottle shattering. From above the two of them, a pillar of moonlight pierced through the air and shone on the heart-shaped symbol. Then, the entire space rumbled like water. The moonlight was like water. In just a moment, the entire pitch-black Devil Nation was illuminated. Humph! Damned moon beast. Do you really think that you're the moon elder that the humans speak of? A voice that came from nowhere echoed in the space. Then, like a tide of demonic patterns, the sound of Sanskrit was like thunder. The entire space was turned upside down. How could moonlight defeat the Devil Nation? Could true love resist heartlessness? Seeing that the moonlight was about to be extinguished, Xueqi, who was holding the woman's hand, suddenly had his eyes lit up. He waved his left hand at a spot in the air. Under the dim moonlight, a black light that was even darker than the Devil Nation's flashed. Ah! This time, Xueqi's figure was still faintly discernible, but his hand firmly held the woman's hand, blocking her behind him, and said coldly, "You think that because you're hiding in my master's body, I'm not willing to destroy my master's illusion? It's a pity that you only know how to look for my master in my memories, but you don't know that when I finally called out to my master, he had just condensed his core, and his appearance had already returned to his youth. And my memory of his old appearance is too deep. Whenever I think of master, I will think of his stern appearance, and I will never think of his youthful appearance. So that's how it is." Helplessly, the two halves of the body swayed back and forth in the air. From time to time, bubbles of demonic energy would fly out from the two halves of the body, but the entire Devil Nation was still deathly silent. Although the moonlight was still faintly flowing in the Devil Nation, even the previously brilliant heart shape was beginning to dim. "Could it be? You already knew?" The heavenly demon probed. "Is it really as you said, that you've been accumulating power to counterattack in this cycle of karma for countless years?" Strands of essence chi floated over from the Devil Nation, but because of Xueqi's existence, these essence chi didn't fall into the heavenly demon's mouth, but instead instinctively fell into Xueqi's body. Unfortunately, this essence chi was so little that Xueqi's nothingness didn't change much. "That's right." Xueqi took a breath and nodded. "The first time I woke up, I realized it, but I only had a moment to resist. I was powerless to do anything. Fortunately, after a few times, I realized that I had a secret technique that I could accumulate and use, so every time I woke up, I would use my magic power to accumulate the secret technique. Unfortunately, your supernatural power is too boundless. Even after accumulating power for countless years, I could only accumulate enough power to say one sentence and the strength to raise my arm." Speaking of this, Xueqi said indifferently, "The Devil Emperor doesn't have such a powerful supernatural power. If you're not the Devil Emperor, who are you?" "Damn it." The heavenly demon was a little regretful. "With just a sentence and the strength to raise your arm, you can break the illusion that I painstakingly created? I really don't believe it. The one who defeated you is not me." Xueqi said word by word. "The one who defeated you is the love of the human race. Behind me, there is a sea of love that you can't imagine. This sea of love is enough to destroy all the demons." "Haha." The heavenly demon laughed wildly. "It's just that the moon beast is meddling in other people's business. If I sneak into the moon world one day, I'll skin it, pull out its tendons, cut its meat and barbecue it. Now you should take care of yourself first. Even if you broke my illusion, do you still have the strength to fight back?" Xueqi smiled strangely and replied, "Why don't you guess?" Seeing that Xueqi was so calm, the heavenly demon was a little speechless, as if the situation had become awkward. Behind Xueqi was naturally not the real Xueqi, but Yu Mingxin from the fragrant cult. At this time, Yu Mingxin was holding Xueqi's hand, which seemed to be neither there nor there. Listening to the conversation between Xueqi and the heavenly demon, she had long forgotten her surprise of appearing here for no reason. She looked at Xueqi's almost transparent body, which was still like a mountain in front of her, and tears fell down uncontrollably. She really wanted to dig out her own flesh and give it to Xueqi. However, she didn't dare to move. If even Xueqi couldn't deal with the enemy, how could she be his opponent? However, She had already made up her mind. As long as Xuehua opened his mouth, she would definitely die for Xuehua. At this time, Xuehua smiled and said to the heavenly demon in a low voice, "You should tell me who you are. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to say it in the future." "Humph." The heavenly demon sneered, "With just a trace of your profound qi, do you think you can go against me? Why do you think I'm talking so much nonsense with you?" Xuehua asked back meaningfully. The heavenly demon didn't pay attention to him. His whole body was trembling as he replied, "Who knows? Maybe you're a chatterbox?" "I'm waiting for my doppelganger." Xuehua smiled, looking very honest. The heavenly demon was not moved. He looked at Xuehua with interest. "Then why don't you show me your doppelganger?" "Haha." Xuehua laughed, then said in a low voice, "Mingxin, I'm sorry." Yu Mingxin stared blankly. Suddenly, her palm tightened. A huge suction force came from Xuehua's hand. The magic power in her body, as well as something she didn't understand, were all sucked out. However, why would Yu Mingxin care about this? She thought with incomparable sweetness in her heart. He called me Mingxin, you. The heavenly demon seemed to have understood something and said in shock, "You can actually use magic? The path of Taoism is broad and profound. How can you demons know?" Xuehua proudly smiled, and waved his left hand again. Whoa! A black light flashed, and the devil kingdom that the heavenly demon was barely supporting, as well as his own body, finally collapsed. Fuck, this sovereign's biggest mistake was to not let your devil blade murder stay by your side. The heavenly demon's body collapsed, and he hurriedly turned into black gas. When he was preparing to abandon everything in front of him and escape, he still didn't forget to regret. "That's because you were greedy. You have to get the devil blade first." Xuehua's devil blade surged out a myriad of devil qi and black flames, pouncing towards the entire space. He was still sneering. Following the collapse of the heavenly demon's body, everything in the devil kingdom, no matter if it was the devil patterns, Sanskrit chants, or fluctuations, also collapsed. Even outside the devil kingdom, the star moon palace in the void distorted and collapsed at the same time. The remaining profound qi inside turned into brilliance and fell into Xuehua's body. Xuehua didn't stop. His figure shook, and phoenix body Xuehua, dragon vein Xuehua, bone tempering Xuehua, and devil spirit Xuehua also turned into phantoms and flew out, rushing towards the heavenly demon. Moreover, at this time outside the devil kingdom that was split open. Rumble. A huge rumbling sound rose again. 9 huge cauldrons appeared in the night sky, and the 5-colored true qi turned into 5-colored clouds, covering the space within 1,000 miles. This was nothing. An 8th-grade lotus throne surged with supreme Buddhist light and hung above the 9 cauldrons. Inside the Buddhist light, 10,000 Buddhas cried out in grief. Chapter 41:20. Seeing this, soul cultivator Xuehua sneered. Turning the void into a void again, heavenly demon is indeed a heavenly demon. While speaking, soul cultivator Xuehua opened his mouth and tens of millions of green seal characters rushed out. As Yabai pointed at them, the green seal characters immediately disappeared. Boom boom. In the rumbling sound, green lines rolled and appeared, revealing the heavenly demon's figure. At this time, the heavenly demon's figure shrank by another 10%. Formation. Hearing Xuehua's cold shout, the 9 cauldrons once again let out a rumbling sound, rolling in the air one after another. The 9 cauldrons spewed out thick 9-colored light pillars, sealing off the heavenly demon and even the collapsed devil nation. Form. Buddha Bodhi raised his hand and took out the 10,000 Buddha paintings Kasaya. The Kasaya instantly became empty and tens of thousands of Buddha lords appeared in the air, blocking the space outside the 9 cauldrons. The 8-grade lotus also broke down, turning into 8 petals and falling among the 10,000 Buddha lords, urging Buddha light to force the heavenly demon. Gotcha. Soul cultivator Xuehua didn't have a soul weapon to kill, but with a wave of his hand, 13 huge green seal characters flew out and turned into huge thunderbolts. These thunderbolts flashed and condensed into the appearance of 13 gods. These thunderbolts flashed in the air like pythons, trapping the heavenly demon in the center. Every time the thunderbolts came with the sound of gods and ghosts, the heavenly demon couldn't help but tremble. Refine. Xuehua didn't stop at all. He chanted the incantation and the three doppelgangers urged their divine abilities. The Buddha light mixed with innate true chi entangled with the green seal characters and surged violently towards the heavenly demon. Woo-woo. Everything fell into the heavenly demon and the devil country. An indescribable sobbing sound came out and the whole space began to tremble. Even Yu Mingxin, who was hiding behind Xiao Hua, turned pale and showed extreme fear in her eyes. Green robe fellow Taoist. Xiao Hua smiled faintly and pulled the green robe Xiao Hua out of the space, shouting, "Please send Yu Mingxin into the Kunlun mirror to rest." "All right." Green-robed Xiao Hua stayed in the space because of his heavy injuries, so he didn't fall into the heavenly demon's illusion. He agreed and took out the Kunlun mirror. With a flash of light, Yu Ming Xian was sucked into the mirror. Yu Ming Xian pulled her hand out of Xiao Hua's hand. Her heart felt empty, as if she had lost something. The heavenly devil was being refined in the Buddha, Confucian, and Soul formations. Every time a wisp of black smoke was released, a corresponding devil pattern from the devil kingdom would fall into it. Then, layers of devil shadows would appear. The demonic shadow was filled with killing, peace, savagery, love, hatred, and so on. It was as if everything in the world was contained in this small wisp of black gas and demonic patterns. When these demonic figures disappeared, the black gas and demonic patterns also disappeared, and a wisp of extremely pure essence appeared within the three formations. Xiao Hua opened his mouth, and the profound qi entered his body. His illusory figure began to solidify. After a full 81 days of refining, Xiao Hua's figure finally recovered. At the same time, Dragon Vein Xiao Hua, Bone Tempering Xiao Hua, Phoenix Body Xiao Hua, and Devil Spirit Xiao Hua also recovered. Looking at the heavenly devil inside the formation, it was no longer as incorporeal as before. It had turned into a slightly turbid black fog. This black fog still had many devil patterns dancing with the formation. Xiao Hua's gaze swept across the black fog and he said, "Fellow Taoists, from the previous demonic shadow, we can see that this heavenly devil's origin is not small. It used illusions to lure and kill countless cultivators. Now we have taken back our profound qi. However, there is still a lot of profound qi hidden in the heavenly devil's body. It is not good to stay here for a long time. I want to take the heavenly devil into the space and refine it. After I refine all of its profound qi, I will share it with fellow Taoists. How about it?" "Good." The several clones nodded in agreement. Thus, Xiao Hua waved his hands and hundreds of lightning bolts flashed outside the formation. These lightning bolts were like surging pythons that surrounded the formation. Then, they gradually shrank until they were only a few feet in size. Xiao Hua's mind rolled and the lightning balls immediately fell into the space. Whew! Not only did Xiao Hua let out a sigh of relief, but all the clones also let out sighs of relief. Although the previous three formations trapped the heavenly devil, everyone didn't dare to relax. Although the heavenly devil itself didn't have the power to attack, it was good at transformation and knew how to bewitch. The slightest carelessness could cause cultivators to fall into an illusion and kill themselves. And if the heavenly devil fell into Xiao Hua's space, even if it was 10 times stronger, it wouldn't be able to escape. However, after a moment, Xiao Hua faintly smiled and said, "Fellow Taoists, don't be too relaxed. Our space is also a space, and it must be related to the devil realm where the heavenly devil came from. Before I completely refine the heavenly devil, we can't be careless." "Big brother." Devil Spirit Xiao Hua hurriedly shouted. "Little brother can devour the heavenly devil and get everything big brother knows. Similarly, little brother can also get his magical power from devouring the heavenly devil." "Don't worry." Xiao Hua nodded. "After I rest for a while, I will find a way to separate the heavenly devil's devil chi from the devil pattern and give you what you need. Compensate you for the loss in the illusion." "Fellow Taoist." Bone-honing Xiao Hua hurriedly shouted. "You were the first to kill me in the illusion." Xiao Hua angrily glared at the bone-honing Xiao Hua, then looked at the phoenix-bodied Xiao Hua and the others. He said word by word, "Although the dreamland is just a dreamland, it really gave us a wake-up call. You and I are from the same roots. Why are you so anxious to kill each other? When I wasn't ready, I rashly separated my primordial spirit, which caused the great calamity of today's primordial spirit battle. We must take this as a warning. Before the hidden danger of the primordial spirit separation is eliminated, we must not have any more twists and turns. And we must remember we are one person, no matter when, Even if there are other changes when I ascend in the future, we must never be enemies with each other. Good. We understand. The avatars agreed in unison. Hee, fellow Taoist, please take a look. Hearing Xueqi being so serious, Confucian cultivator Xueqi waved his hand, took out a spatial ring, and handed it to Xueqi. Although Xueqi could read Confucian cultivator Xueqi's thoughts, at this time, he already understood that avatars were avatars. He had to respect them first, only then could they truly become independent cultivators. Therefore, Xueqi took the spatial ring and checked it with his divine sense. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. Is this the orthodoxy of the 8 great sects? Yes. Confucian cultivator Xueqi said with a smile. In the 10 years that fellow Taoist disappeared, this one, the little monk, and fellow Taoist soul cultivator assisted General Sun in the southwest border, rescuing the 8 great sects from the siege of the devil race. These sects were the same as the White Cloud Temple sect master. They all wanted to use their orthodoxy to exchange with our Fortune Gate sect protecting formation. Deferentially, this one will do his best to exchange with them. Haha, good. Xueqi put away the spatial ring and said with a smile. The sects of the ruins specialize in cultivating the primordial spirit. Their cultivation technique will definitely be useful to us. Moreover, the ruins is the upper realm. Their orthodoxy must have something that our Tao Gate can use as a reference. This transaction is really worth it. Speaking of this, Xueqi looked at the 3 avatars and asked tentatively. There are 10 sects in the southwest border. 10 years ago, when I was fighting with the Devil Emperor, the Devil race had besieged these 10 sects. Now our Fortune Gate has helped 8 sects escape from the Devil race. What about the other 2 sects? What is the situation of our Fortune Gate's disciples? This. Confucian cultivator Xueqi hesitated for a moment, then said, It's a long story. We should return to the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range. Soaring Dragon Mountain Range? Xueqi raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. Not only did you move the Fortune Gate to the ruins, you even changed the ruins mountain range to the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range. It's not a matter of moving or not. Confucian cultivator Xueqi answered. Our Fortune Gate's disciples are fighting for the ruins. We need a place to stay. We can't enter the 8 sects foundations as we wish, but finding a barren mountain range to stay is still easy. Moreover, we don't plan to leave the Fortune Gate's descendants in the ruins. Many other sects' disciples wanted to join our Fortune Gate, but we didn't agree. And Xueqi nodded, then looked around and ordered, Fellow Taoists, we will search carefully within 10,000 li radius. Don't let the Heavenly Devil's avatar escape. Yes. The various avatars were already prepared. Hearing Xueqi's order, each of them executed their divine abilities and carefully searched within 10,000 li radius, whether it was in the void or in mid-air. Xueqi even opened his delusion breaker law eye to search inch by inch. Sure enough, in a short while, the Heavenly Devil's avatars hidden in the void were found one by one, and all of them were devoured by Xueqi. After searching 10,000 li radius, they found a total of 8 avatars. Not daring to be careless, Xueqi's avatars once again searched 10,000 li radius until they found no more avatars. However, Xueqi stood in the void, looking at the place where the Star Moon Palace had been. Although everything seemed like a dream, it was deeply imprinted in his mind. He sighed softly, knowing that the Heavenly Devil had been planning for this place for more than a decade. It was impossible for him to not have a backup plan. Moreover, the Heavenly Devil must have left some avatars in the sky of freedom. His divine abilities were limited. It was impossible for him to completely exterminate the Heavenly Devil. Humph. Xueqi snorted coldly. Even if I don't refine the Heavenly Devil, he won't let me go in the future. Then why don't I refine him? My divine abilities have yet to reach major completion, but when my cultivation becomes stronger, would I still be afraid of him? Heavenly Devil, a Heavenly Devil. I'm looking forward to it. When will you come to see me again? Tribulation? After saying that, Xueqi's figure turned into a rainbow, flying into the distance with the scholarly cultivator Xueqi. In the first light of dawn, within the dewdrops on a blade of grass, a wisp of dim black qi, less than an inch long, trembled slightly as the sunlight shone on it, like a trembling eyelash. When the dewdrop's water vapor dissipated, the black qi also hid in the void, slowly disappearing. The Heavenly Devil's 9th avatar finally escaped Xueqi's search. It was unknown whether he had returned to the Dazazai Heavenly Devil Kingdom or if he had other plans. Chapter 41-21. In a bamboo forest, under a bamboo pavilion, Xueqi sat cross-legged at the center of the pavilion under the scorching sun. Scholarly cultivator Xueqi and his other avatars were not present. Only Sun Jian stood respectfully at the side. On the other side of the mountain peak where the bamboo forest was, there was another majestic mountain range that stretched across the land, resembling a sleeping dragon. Above the mountain range, 2 lightning boats were hovering in the air, emitting faint rumbling noises. Vaguely, the Fortune Gate disciples on the lightning boats were flying around, either setting up defenses or patrolling the area. Amidst their orderly movements, there was an austere atmosphere. Xueqi narrowed his eyes. Although he did not release his divine sense, he saw everything with his eyes. It had been 3 days since he returned to the soaring dragon mountain range. His avatars had temporarily returned to his body to rest. After all, he had been refining the heavenly devil's essence in his space, and his avatars would be nourished as long as they were in his body. In these 3 days, Sun Jian had also reported the situation at the Fortune Gate and the southwest border to Xueqi. Only now did Xueqi know that when he had chased after the Archdevil Emperor with his 3 avatars, he had fallen into the heavenly devil's meticulously laid-out illusion. Confucian cultivator Xueqi, Soul cultivator Xueqi, and Buddha Subhuti had lost contact with him, and their search was fruitless. After a short discussion, they had immediately caught up to the lightning boat and explained the matter to Sun Jian. Sun Jian turned pale with fright, and wanted to turn around and search for Xueqi, but scholarly cultivator Xueqi and the others knew that although Xueqi was missing, his life was not in danger. Moreover, the heavenly devil emperor was powerful, and only Sun Jian's 3 avatars could restrain him. The other Fortune Gate disciples were no match for the heavenly devil emperor, so they stopped Sun Jian. Sun Jian then discussed with the White Cloud Monastery's disciples. Since the heavenly devil emperor had attacked the 10 southwestern sects at the same time, the other sects must have been surrounded by the heavenly devil emperor. They hoped that the White Cloud Monastery and Fortune Gate disciples would join hands to rescue the other sects. The White Cloud Monastery understood that without the lips, the teeth would feel cold. Sect Chief Bai Shan followed Sun Jian and led the 2 sects' disciples to the nearest White Cloud Monastery's Light Melody Palace to rescue the heavenly devil emperor. Sure enough, the Light Melody Palace was also trapped by the heavenly devil emperor's formation, and could not send any disciples to ask for help. The White Cloud Monastery and Fortune Gate's disciples' arrival was akin to sending charcoal in snowy weather. After several months of fierce battle, the 3 sects finally repelled the heavenly devil emperor. Moreover, what made Sun Jian feel at ease was that other than the demon monarch, the demon emperor who disappeared at the same time as Xueqi did not appear. Following that, the White Cloud Monastery, Soft Melody Palace, and Fortune Gate's disciples joined hands to rescue Fua Ridge. In this manner, the White Cloud Monastery, Soft Melody Palace, Fua Ridge, Curved Cloud Pavilion, Bright Dawn Hall, Jingbo Mountain, Zhanhong Faction, and Water Cloud Sect were rescued from the Devil Clan's siege. In the last few years, the White Cloud Monastery, Soft Melody Palace, and the rest of the 8 sects did not send out all their forces. Instead, they sent out their elite disciples to assist the Fortune Gate. They once again focused their attention on their sect's defenses. Under the guidance of Confucian cultivator Xueqi, the 8 sects laid down the Pleiades devil-devouring immortal formation at their respective mountain gates to guard against the devil race's invasion. Of course, during these 10 years, the devil race had returned to besiege the Soft Tune Palace and the other sections. In the end, all of them were defeated by the Pleiades devil-devouring immortal formation. However, the cruelty of war was not to be underestimated. After more than a decade of war, more than half of the 100,000 Fortune Gates disciples had fallen. Currently, there were less than 50,000 disciples guarding the 2 lightning boats. Xueqi flew all the way back. Because he had just recovered, he did not have the time to investigate the wandering souls in the space. Now that he had heard Sun Jian's report, he could already imagine the hardships of the war. He retracted his gaze from the lightning boats and sighed. Sun Jian, it's been hard on you this time. This Xiao thanks the general on behalf of the Fortune Gate's disciples. Sun Jian was terrified. He hurriedly bowed and said, Master Xiao, although this one is a Confucian cultivator and an immortal palace's true monarch, this one has received a lot of help from Master Xiao. The Fortune Gate's disciples also respect this one. This one can lead the Fortune Gate's disciples to fight for the human race in the ancient ruins. This is 100 times better than leading immortal soldiers and immortal generals to kill the Dao Gates cultivators on the hidden immortal mainland. This one is willing to do all of this. Master Xiao does not need to thank me for this. And Xiao Hua nodded and said, "It's good that you have such intentions. This old man will definitely not treat you unfairly." "Yes, this one understands," Sun Jian solemnly replied. Since Xiao Hua's return, Sun Jian felt as if Xiao Hua had been reborn. That aura of a saint on the inside and a monarch on the outside was undoubtedly revealed in his every action. Sun Jian could not help but feel like he was looking at a high mountain. Xiao Hua said, "While this old man is in seclusion, if there is nothing important, there is no need to report to me. You can decide for yourself. Also, Fortune Gate disciples are not to approach this old man's seclusion area." "Yes, this one understands," Sun Jian respectfully replied. "This one will give the order immediately." "Good. Go and train these disciples." Xiao Hua nodded. "Let Lu Yi and the others come over." Naturally, Lu Yi and the other disciples were the happiest with Xiao Hua's return, but they were Sun Jian's subordinates. Without Sun Jian's orders, they did not dare to come over. Now that Xiao Hua had given the order, Sun Jian naturally had to let them pass. In just a short while, Fu Jiwen and the other personal disciples, as well as the Black Bear, Golden Eagle, and White Lion, flew over to greet Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua had already seen that all his disciples were present, and was overjoyed. Looking at these disciples who had experienced the flames of war, their temperament was completely different from before, he was even more gratified. Wu Tian, Fu Jiwen, and the others roughly recounted their experiences in the past 10 years. Since it was war, there was naturally blood. Although Xiao Hua's disciples did not die, injuries were unavoidable. Even Yuan Ye was almost killed by the devil army. In short, these disciples had experienced more life and death situations in the past 10 years than several thousand years. These life and death experiences were extremely beneficial to their cultivation, and everyone had made considerable progress. After listening, Xiao Hua gave them a few words of encouragement, and gave them a large number of medicinal pills refined by Xiao Gua. Then, he asked them to stay behind and give them face-to-face guidance. A few days later, after passing on the strength, Xiao Hua gave them the witch dolls refined by soul cultivator Xiao Hua, and ordered them to keep them close to their bodies. Of course, Xiao Hua did not explain the use of these witch dolls, so as to avoid these disciples from slacking off. After the group of disciples thanked Xiao Hua and left, Xiao Hua waved his sleeve and his figure disappeared. Light smoke slowly rose from the bamboo forest in the distance, completely covering the scenery of the mountain peak. Xiao Hua's figure landed in the bamboo forest, but did not directly return to the bamboo pavilion. Instead, he frowned and looked at the green bamboos that pierced straight into the sky. These green bamboos were different from the ones Xiao Hua had seen before. The bamboo joints were very long, at least several feet long, and the connections between the joints were also thick. As for the bamboo leaves, they were small, and even somewhat oval. When the wind blew, not only did a kind of fragrance hit his face, but the rustling sound made Xiao Hua feel as if it was the sound of nature. Chapter 41-22. Dozens of years passed in the blink of an eye, but in Xiao Hua's eyes, these dozens of years were another tribulation of tempering. During this tempering, not only was Xiao Hua racking his brains at every moment, he was also suffering a kind of painful torment at every moment. A simple cycle of karma was merely a process for Xiao Hua's clone, but the experience of a tribulation of his clone was an enormous and inconceivable experience for Xiao Hua's main body. In particular, this cycle of karma was not only for Xiao Hua's main body, but also for his phoenix body Xiao Hua, bone-tempering Xiao Hua, dragon bloodline Xiao Hua, and devil spirit Xiao Hua. These 4 doppelganger experiences were also added to Xiao Hua's main body. In this world, which Mahayana stage human had experienced so much tempering. Early on in the heavenly demon's illusion, not only was Xiao Hua's physical body sucked dry, even his Tao foundation, consciousness, primordial spirit, and so on showed signs of collapse. If Xiao Hua didn't have a little obsession in his heart and wanted to hold Xueqi's hand again, he would have already fallen in the Star Moon Palace formed by the heavenly demon. The first strike to kill the heavenly demon was a strike that Xiao Hua used up all his remaining essence, and it was also a strike that condensed his strength before his body collapsed. At that time, Although Xiaohua looked calm, he really didn't have the strength to strike a second time. He was in the same situation as the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon was trying its best to maintain its demonic body, trying its best to not let the newly built demonic kingdom collapse. The heavenly demon also saw Xiaohua's collapse. The heavenly demon didn't escape because it wanted to have a final competition with Xiaohua to see who could last until the end. Of course, Xiaohua didn't dare to strike a second time because the backlash from the demonic saber was exactly what the heavenly demon wanted. At that time, Xiaohua had already noticed that the heavenly demon's consciousness had begun to invade his essence. However, the heavenly demon still underestimated Xiaohua. Its understanding of Xiaohua was that of the Imperial Thunder Sect's Qi refinement disciple. Although the heavenly demon had overestimated Xiaohua, it was far from enough. Not only did Xiaohua obtain Songlongzi's inheritance, but he also obtained Du Shanjuan's Scarlet Infant technique and many other secret techniques. Moreover, Xiaohua obtained the Dragon Clan's Heavenly Dragon Language technique and the inheritance of the 13 Soul Cultivators. Xiaohua even had the most basic understanding of Time of the Eye in the Heavenly Prison. Xiaohua had far exceeded the heavenly demon's estimation. The heavenly demon not only didn't notice Xiaohua's every time the karma cycle, but it also didn't notice that Xiaohua's of the soul cultivator's souls of the demonic saber's demonic qi after the of the demonic saber. That of the heavenly of the eyes of the eye. Of the heavenly demon's heavenly Tao. What the heavenly demon didn't expect the most was that Xiaohua, a Taoist cultivator, was actually so unprofessional. Not only did he cultivate Confucianism, he also cultivated Buddhism, and he even cultivated the rarely seen soul cultivator. The combination of these three divine abilities perfectly trapped him in the Great Formation, leaving him no chance to escape. In the end, the heavenly demon went for wool but came home shorn, falling into Xiaohua's trap. Based on his understanding of Xiaohua, Xiaohua would definitely refine him until not even dregs were left. Fortunately, he had 9 doppelgangers, and their consciousnesses had long been left outside the Devil Kingdom. The heavenly demon wasn't afraid that he would die without descendants. Xiaohua's harvest was full, but the accumulation of 5 eons of tribulations tempering exceeded what his current cultivation could bear. At first glance, he heard the ordinary sound of bamboo leaves, which was like the sound of nature, cleansing his murderous heart. He couldn't help but be intoxicated. Just like that, he stood in the bamboo forest, quietly listening to the wind blowing, the flowers blooming, the rain falling, and the stars shining. After a long time, another bright moon hung in the sky. Xiaohua opened his eyes, and a majestic and austere aura was emitted from his body. Whoosh! All the bamboo within several feet of him instantly turned into powder. However, just as this aura was about to spread out, Xiaohua frowned and immediately restrained this aura. Sighing, Xiaohua shook his head slightly. Cultivation, cultivation, it seems like there's no end to it. This Xiao has just gone through 10,000 years of bitter cultivation and just stepped into the Mahayana realm. Now, I have to face an even more severe test. The tempering of the illusory realm has passed, but the real tempering of the mind has just begun. This tempering, damn, it's more effective than any experience or seclusion. In the future, this Xiao probably doesn't need to travel and comprehend anymore. Just these difficulties left for this Xiao by the heavenly demon should be enough for this Xiao to set foot in the immortal world, right? Now, Xiaohua's goal was naturally the immortal world. He couldn't imagine what kind of test the heavenly demon had left for him in the ruins in the illusory realm, and how shocking the effects of this test were. All kinds of karma could only be truly experienced by Xiaohua in the future. At this moment, Xiaohua looked at the empty space on his left, closed his eyes, and curled the corner of his mouth. The soul tool brush appeared in his hand, and as he waved it, rays of dark green light flashed, and in an instant, a large patch of green bamboo appeared out of thin air. These bamboos looked a bit illusory, as if they were suspended in the air, and they were slightly twisting. When the brush was put away, all of the bamboos began to stand straight and firm. Finally, Xiaohua smiled, and green runes bloomed on the brush like green buds. As Xiaohua tapped on the bamboos one by one, the bamboos miraculously came to life, and thin roots slowly pierced into the ground. The wind blew, and the bamboo leaves shattered. Another song of moonlight bamboo. Since he had thought about it, Xiaohua had already made his decision. He put down the brush, and his figure landed in the bamboo pavilion. He raised his hand, and the Kunlun mirror appeared in his hand. As the light vibrated, Yuming Xin appeared in front of Xiaohua. At this moment, the moonlight cleansing landed on Yuming Xin's body, and an indescribable luster was born from her body. Xiaohua was stunned at first, but then he understood. Because of Yuming Xin's prayer, the moon beast had left the moon god's mark on Yuming Xin and him. It was this moon god's mark that had saved him at a critical moment. It was also because he and Yuming Xin had used the moon god's mark that Yuming Xin's body would be blessed by the moon god. Xiaohua lowered his head to look at himself. He looked no different from usual. It was probably because his thoughts and prayers were not the Yuming Xin in the moon god's mark, so he couldn't receive the so-called moon god's mark. Xiaohua. Spiritual Master Xiao. Senior Xiao. When Yuming Xin saw Xiaohua, she immediately called out in concern. However, after calling him 3 times in a row, she felt that it was inappropriate. In the end, her face actually turned red. She lowered her head and asked in a voice like a fly, Are you all right? AI. Xiaohua sighed. He raised his eyes to look at the natural bright moon. He suddenly thought of a poem. My heart was originally towards the bright moon, but the bright moon shines on the ditch. At this moment, the bright moon was naturally Xiaohua and not Yuming Xin. However, the falling flower has feelings for the heartless brook. It was nothing more than this. Lady Yu. When Xiaohua opened his mouth, Yuming Xin's body trembled. She raised her head. Xiaohua couldn't bear to look at her slightly biting her lips and her embarrassed and helpless expression. The soft-hearted Xiaohua almost wanted to call her Ming Xin. However, when he thought of his tolerance toward Xueqi back then, and Xueqi's sorrowful and bloody confession, and even Xueqi's tragedy, Xiaohua hardened his heart and said, Thank you for saving this old man's life again. This old man doesn't have anything to repay you. Cultivation methods, spiritual treasures, whatever you want, this old man will definitely satisfy you. Speaking up to here, Xiaohua raised his hand and a thumb-sized pure white profound qi fell into his hand. He said again, This old man offended you that day and recklessly used your profound qi. This old man will compensate you. As he spoke, Xiaohua raised his hand again. That profound qi immediately flew out and was about to fall between Yuming Xin's eyebrows. Wait! At this moment, Yuming Xin's eyes became distressed. She opened her mouth and shouted, Xiaohua, can you wait for me to say something? Can you listen to what I'm thinking? Can you not measure everything with spiritual treasures and primeval stones? All right. Xiaohua smiled and said, If you have something to say, then say it. This old man is here to listen. Xiaohua. Yuming Xin bit her lips. There were tears in her eyes. I hope you can understand my recklessness tonight. Tonight, I won't call you Senior Xiao or Spiritual Master Xiao. I'll just call you Xiaohua. All right. Xiaohua's heart ached slightly. He nodded and replied. Xiaohua, I know that there are some things in this world that can't be explained. I only met you once and was saved by you once. Actually, even I don't dare to believe it. After I returned to the sect, I thought of you almost every moment. This feeling is something that I have never felt before. Do you know? Why did the Luna Beast's imprint take effect at that time? Why did I appear in front of you from hundreds of millions of miles away? Why did I hold your hand and face a powerful opponent? The Luna Beast's imprint wouldn't take effect for no reason. If you and I didn't miss each other, how could the Luna Beast's imprint make me appear in front of you? If I didn't pray under the moon god that you were safe after disappearing for more than 10 years, how could I make the Luna Beast's imprint take effect? Xiaohua, don't say that you didn't think of me at that time. Don't say that what you thought of that day wasn't me. When she said the last sentence, Yuming Xin's head almost dropped to her towering chest. However, after a short moment, she raised her head again and looked at Xiaohua stubbornly. She didn't seem to avoid Xiaohua's gaze and said directly, Xiaohua, some people don't have any feelings of longing in their hearts after seeing someone for their entire life. However, some people know that it's something that they've been chasing for their entire life after seeing someone once. I don't know how many disciples in my sect have confessed their love to me. At the same time, many young cultivators from other sects in the ruins have also begged my sect's elders. But I didn't feel anything. You and I are both Dao sect cultivators. You should be the most clear about this kind of cause and effect. You don't need me to explain it in detail, right? But Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, this old man doesn't think that this kind of feeling is the so-called emotion. Chapter 41-23. Unfortunately, Yuming Xian didn't want to listen to Xiaohua's explanation. He continued to talk to himself. Xiaohua, I know your cultivation base is profound. After my senior martial brother and I reported your matter, even the patriarch's eyes shined with splendor. He wanted to rope you in to become an elder of our fragrant religion. He even hinted to me that I must pass this information to you. But I don't know how to tell you. I know my cultivation is shallow and I'm only a junior in front of you. I'm not worthy of a great hero like you. But my heart is sincere and even the moon beast of the moon palace recognizes it. I just want to be by your side, even if I can only look at your back. I want to see everything about you, whether it's Ao Xiaoshu or your name that shook the cultivation world. I just want to see your figure and be proud of you. Alas, miss you. Xiaohua sighed. He clearly remembered that Xueqi had said the same thing in the past. He opened his mouth and said, you don't understand. What you said, what you thought, can't be considered true love. It's just a kind of longing, a natural closeness to the strong. It's easy for anyone to have this. Maybe after a long time, you'll really understand. You're wrong. Xiaohua. Yu Mingxin interrupted Xiaohua without hesitation and retorted. You're not a woman. You don't understand a woman's heart. You also don't know how women think. We women understand much more than men when it comes to worship and love a person. Maybe I have more longing for the elders of my fragrant religion, but how can I have the same longing for them as you? You don't even know that women hate you. But where is this hatred? Where does this hatred come from? There's no such thing as love for no reason. This hatred can only come from love. A woman can't hate a man who doesn't have any love for her. Even this man doesn't exist in a woman's eyes. Maybe. Xiaohua couldn't convince Yu Mingxin, so he could only look at the bright moon outside the bamboo pavilion and say, now that it's come to this, I think this old man should also tell you my story, my experience, and even my thoughts on that day. Women were naturally curious and Yu Mingxin was no exception. Thus, Xiaohua briefly told the story of himself and Xueqi. Finally he said, I believe you understand, miss you. Of course, I'm not thinking of you. What I was thinking of that day was my lover. That was for my dead lover. I used an eon's worth of accumulation, just to hold her hand. I'd rather go through an entire eon to truly fulfill my dream of seeing her. However, it wasn't her, it was you. Perhaps this is what they call a freak combination of circumstances? One calamity. Yu Ming Xian was obviously a little dazed. Her face was flushed, and she was almost moaning. If someone is willing to miss me for one calamity, I don't care even if I'm smashed into pieces. How fortunate was that girl named Xueqi? How can I have no regrets? Even in the 9 underworlds, there's an infatuated man who'd rather give up his life and use an eon's worth of longing to hold her hand. If it was me, I'd rather take his place. Even if I can't fall into the 9 underworlds, I'd be willing to fall into the bottom of the sea river. What nonsense are you talking about? Xiaohua rebuked. Why are you acting crazy? Xiaohua, are you worried about me? Yu Mingxin asked. Xiaohua smiled and didn't answer. Instead, he continued, the feelings of two people depend on fate. Don't the people of the secular world have a saying? Fated to meet thousands of miles apart, fated to meet, fated not to meet? Actually, miss you and I really don't have any fate. Speaking up to here, Xiaohua sighed. The people of the secular world all think like this. We Taoist cultivators easily live for hundreds of years and even thousands of years. We have even more opportunities to find our own fate. Sigh, however, how can a person's fate be judged only by time? If we're not fated, even if 10,000 years, how can we meet again? Speaking up to here, Xiaohua couldn't help but think of Fairy Hong Xia from Dawn Rain Continent. However, because of some grudges, the two of them had been separated for tens of thousands of years. Although Xueqi had fallen, her soul was in the inside of space. Xiaohua could see her from time to time. Although Fairy Hongxia was still alive, she was far from yin and yang. Xiaohua sighed again. Sigh, perhaps. It's better to forget each other in the pugilistic world than to help each other in times of need. Yu Mingxin smiled bitterly. However, she gritted her teeth and said, Xiaohua, I know your love for Xueqi. I also deeply sympathize with her experience and admire her sacrifice. However, even if it's me, I can also do it. The so-called it's better to forget each other in the pugilistic world than to help each other in times of need. I really don't understand. I'd rather stay by your side and not forget each other in the pugilistic world. Miss you, you are still young. Perhaps in the future when you have experience, you'll understand. Xiaohua couldn't explain his thoughts. He took out the essence and said, Now, you should replenish the essence that you owe. This essence is very important to you. It's also very crucial to your Tao heart. The heavenly devil's dance overturned the mortal world. Although you weren't directly injured by the heavenly devil, when this old man borrowed your essence, perhaps the heavenly devil's dance had already taken advantage of the situation. Not only were you injured, your Tao foundation was also damaged. If you don't replenish it in time and don't repair your Tao heart in the future, you may encounter the tribulation of the mortal world. Especially when your cultivation is somewhat damaged, it's even more likely to happen. Xiaohua. Yu Mingxin stared at Xiaohua, as if she wanted to imprint Xiaohua's appearance into her heart. She said word by word, Take back that essence. I don't need it. Since I've already paid, I don't want to take it back. I also don't want to take back what I've paid. I'd rather you owe me. I'd rather my essence be in your body. I'd rather you owe me a lifetime. In the future, perhaps thousands of years, perhaps tens of thousands of years, perhaps I'll turn into nothingness, perhaps I'll fall into the 9 underworlds. When you think of all of this, when you think of everything that happened today, you will think of me. You'll think of a pitiful woman who's willing to show you everything she has. If I take this so-called essence, perhaps your karma will be severed. In the future, you'll never think of the woman you met in the ruins. The woman who will think of you for who knows how many years in the future. Looking at this stubborn woman, Xiaohua was somewhat speechless. He didn't know how to explain it to her. After all, this was the ruins, not the hidden immortal continent. In the hidden immortal continent, he provoked Fairy Jing and Xin. Fairy Jing drank the forgotten love water for him, and Xin was the princess of the immortal palace. He didn't know how to deal with her. How could he provoke a little woman who fell in love with him at first sight in the upper realm's ruins? Thinking of this, Xiaohua took back his essence and said seriously, Lady Yu, this old man won't say anything unnecessary. After all, life and time are the best teachers. In the future, you'll understand what this old man said today. Moreover, in the future, you'll inevitably meet a man who's more suitable for you. You'll also inevitably have an even more unforgettable love. You'll also have a true life, a true love. Forget about me. I'm just an outsider. In the end, I'll return to my own world, and won't leave a trace. In the ruins. How can it be that easy? Yu Mingxin's eyes flashed with determination as she replied. Xiaohua, love is a seed that has already been planted. How can it disappear? Perhaps it'll never sprout, so let it ferment forever. Let this love dissipate in the night sky with the moon god's favor. Saying this, Yu Mingxin took out a veil from her spatial ring and covered her head. She looked up at the round moon that was as bright as a mirror. Her gaze was so sad. Lady Yu, why are you doing this? Looking at Yu Mingxin's veil, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. You have your persistence, I have my principles. Yu Mingxin indifferently replied. Perhaps one day, when the knot in my heart is gone, I'll remove this veil. I'll face this world once again. Ai. Xiaohua sighed again. He knew that he had hurt a girl's heart and even changed her life. However, he knew that he had done the right thing. It was better to have a short pain than a long pain. This was a kind of rebirth pain for Yu Mingxin, but it was also a kind of relief for him. Lady Yu, I'll send you back to the fragrance order. Xiaohua looked at the moon that was gradually setting and asked in disappointment. No need. Yu Mingxin slightly shook her head. You only need to tell me where this place is, and I'll take the transmission array back to the fragrance order. This place. Xiaohua stuttered. I don't know where this is. Now that the devil race is rampant, I'll personally send you back. You've just recovered from your injuries. It's better for you to cultivate here. Yu Mingxin indifferently replied, if I'm not wrong, this should be the Coiling Dragon Mountain of the Ruins, which is the so-called Soaring Dragon Mountain range of the newly risen Fortune Gate. There's a transmission array for Soft Sound Palace nearby. I'll go back myself. Who knows how many people died in the war between Taoists and devils? I'm just an ordinary female cultivator. The devil race might not put me in their eyes. Fine. Xiao Hua was speechless, then said, do as you wish. Do you hate me that much? Yu Mingxin asked again. You can't tolerate me staying here for a few more hours? No. Xiao Hua hurriedly denied. Even if Lady Yu doesn't leave, this old man won't say anything. Yu Mingxin looked at Xiao Hua and sighed. Xiao Hua, you're obviously so approachable. Why are you so heartless towards me? Xiao Hua was speechless. Yu Mingxin didn't seem to ask for an answer. She walked to the side of the bamboo pavilion and looked up at the moon. Her gaze followed the moon as it gradually set. When the first rays of dawn rose, the east was about to break, and the 3 suns jumped out of the horizon. Yu Mingxin turned her head and said, Daoist Xiao, this junior will take her leave. Green-robed Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, what? Daoist, I still want to send her back to the 7 Ridge Mountains? Yes, that's what I meant. Xiao Hua didn't hide it. At this time, the devils are rampant. There's still a long way to go from the southwest border to the 7 Ridge Mountains. Green-robed Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said, didn't you not want her? Why are you so concerned? These are clearly 2 different things. Xiao Hua was helpless. Yu Mingxin saved our lives. Sending her back to her sect safely isn't a big deal, right? Green-robed Xiao Hua looked at the puppets that were busy and said with a smile, don't worry. Although I didn't send her back to the 7 Ridge Mountains, when I followed Miss Yu to the teleportation array, we met the disciples of Fragrance Cult and Shindao sect. Among them was Wan Wuxin, whom you saw earlier. There were dozens of them and they said that they were going to Qinghe under the orders of their sections. After Miss Yu heard this, she didn't return to the 7 Ridge Mountains for the time being and went with them to Qinghe. I saw them enter the teleportation array before returning. Qinghe? Xiao Hua slightly nodded. According to the battle report from the discussion hall, there aren't any devils in Qinghe. They probably have other missions, right? Yes, I also thought so I returned without worry. Green-robed Xiao Hua blindly moved. Moreover, even if I send Miss Yu back to the 7 Ridge Mountains, as long as the devils in the ruins aren't eliminated, she'll be in danger at all times. You probably can't do anything about it, right? Sigh, that's true. Xiao Hua could only nod. If Miss Yu's personality isn't so stubborn, I can help her raise her strength. That would be the best. Hee, if that's the case, she won't be called Yu Mingxin. Green-robed Xiao Hua chuckled and changed the topic. Oh right, what did you say our opportunity in the ruins was? Take a look at this. As he spoke, Xiao Hua took out the orthodoxies of the 8 sects in the southwest that Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua gave him and handed them over to green-robed Xiao Hua. Green-robed Xiao Hua took it and opened his mouth to swallow it. However, after a moment of hesitation, he placed the jade slip on his forehead. In just a short moment, shock appeared on his face. Then, he carefully read through all 8 jade slips before closing his eyes and pondering. After an entire hour, he finally looked up at Xiao Hua and enunciated each word clearly. Fellow Taoist, the cultivators of the ruins. Do they cultivate the nascent divinity arts? Is it the Tao sect's primordial spirit technique? That's right. Xiao Hua also nodded solemnly. The Confucian cultivators of the 3 continents cultivate the primordial spirit, so there are realms of refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit into void, and refining void into heaven. In the ruins, the Tao sect's cultivation system is different from the 3 continents and Dawn Rain continent. They also cultivate the primordial spirit, and the realms are refining essence, transforming qi, returning spirit, returning void, refining void, and transforming Tao. Apart from the last transforming Tao, the first 8 realms are almost exactly the same as the Confucian cultivators. However, the Confucian cultivators cultivate the qi of righteousness, while the ruins cultivators cultivate the qi of heaven and earth. That's strange. Green-robed Xiao Hua comprehended a lot of cultivation methods, and his understanding of cultivation methods and secret arts was also extremely deep. But he was also somewhat confused when faced with such a different cultivation system. The Dao sect cultivators of the three continents and Dawn Rain continent cultivate the nascent soul, but the Dao sect cultivators of the ruins cultivate the primordial spirit, so why do they all use the chi of heaven and earth? And many of the arts are the same as well? There are two possibilities. Xiao Hua said indifferently. First, the three continents and Dawn Rain continent are lower realms. Not only is the chi of heaven and earth there not abundant, but it's also different from the ruins chi of heaven and earth. It can't allow Dao sect cultivators to cultivate the primordial spirit. But the ruins is a higher realm, so the chi of heaven and earth here can allow Dao sect cultivators to cultivate the primordial spirit. That makes sense. Green-robed Xiao Hua nodded. Other clones might not be able to detect it, but I can clearly sense the faint fluctuations within the chi of heaven and earth with the help of the formless nascent soul. This is something that the three continents don't have. Then what's the second? The second is the essence energy. Xiao Hua answered, if it wasn't for the heavenly devil, I still wouldn't know that we human cultivators still have essence energy in our bodies. Even more so, I don't know the importance of this essence energy and how to use it. Fellow Taoist must also know about the rejuvenation pill that we refined previously, right? I'm afraid that there's a small amount of essence energy mixed in it. That's why it has such a miraculous effect. Fellow Taoist means that the essence energy in the bodies of the ruins cultivators is different from the essence energy in the three continents and Dawn Rain continents human cultivators? It's not different, the essence energy is presumably the same, but the amount of essence energy contained in each human cultivator's body is different. Xiao Hua said with a smile. You can see the difference from the orthodoxies of the 8 great sects? The first stage of Dao sect cultivators is to refine essence. Only those who can control the essence energy in their bodies and refine it for their own use can be called Dao sect cultivators. The essence mentioned by Confucian cultivators seems to be the essence of essence, energy, and spirit, right? Green-robed Xiao Hua probed. It should also be the essence of essence energy. Xiao Hua explained, however, the essence energy in the bodies of the humans of the three continents is really too little, so they have to borrow the human chi in the noble chi to refine it into chi. In that case, it should be a great opportunity for fellow Taoist Confucian cultivator. What does it have to do with us? Green-robed Xiao Hua was completely stupefied. Fellow Taoist, Confucian cultivators often hear people talk about essence, energy, and spirit. Only with these three things can there be a living person. This essence is the most basic foundation of a person. Xiao Hua said with a smile, and for fellow Taoist and your clones, although you've used the external incarnation technique to separate yourself, you can't be considered as living people. Who says we can't? Green-robed Xiao Hua almost stomped his feet. Isn't the person standing in front of you a handsome man? But, fellow Taoist, do you think you'll love Yu Mingxin? Xiao Hua's eyes turned as he said with a smile. Love. What's love? Green-robed Xiao Hua was a bit bewildered. Could it be that fellow Taoist feels sorry for Yu Mingxin and wants I to replace you? People often talk about the 7 emotions and 6 desires. The 7 emotions are happiness, anger, grief, fear, love, disgust, and lust. The 6 desires are the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind, the 6 desires. As for human nature, it's even more impossible to use words to express it. Xiao Hua said again, fellow Taoist and the others are currently only clones of I. They still don't have the 7 emotions and 6 desires, so they can't be considered as separate people. And this essence energy is the most basic foundation for fellow Taoists to become human. Chapter 41-25. Xiao Hua looked at the green-robed Xiao Hua and said faintly, I didn't understand before. However, ever since I experienced the illusory array of the heavenly demon and witnessed the emotions of the bone-tempering Xiao Hua, the phoenix body Xiao Hua, the dragon bloodline Xiao Hua, and the devil spirit Xiao Hua in the illusory array, I realized that those clones were the real clones. Moreover, when I took back my own profound chi from the heavenly demon, I understood that the prerequisite for practicing the external avatar technique is to have enough profound chi. Only with enough profound chi can one create a real doppelganger. I may have enough profound chi, but when I split my doppelganger, I didn't know how to split my profound chi. Moreover, Your doppelgangers were split by IA long time ago. This is an early congenital deficiency, which gave the heavenly demon the opportunity to have a primordial spirit battle. The green-robed Xueqi was shocked and shouted, "So, there are a lot of cultivators in the Xiaoyu continent and even the hidden immortal continent who know about the primordial spirit-splitting technique, but there may not be many who successfully practice it. It's all because the human race in the lower realm doesn't have enough profound qi?" "Yes, it should be like this." Xueqi nodded. "Even now, looking back, the primordial spirit-splitting technique that I got before seems to be very perfect. But in fact, it's just a small trick to treat the symptoms but not the root cause. It's all a shortcut. In the end, because of insufficient profound qi, one will go astray and destroy the body." No wonder the external avatar technique was called the supreme secret technique of the demon realm by the so-called empress. Only the strong of a realm can practice it. So this is the reason. The green-robed Xueqi somewhat understood. So, although the strength of the cultivators in the ruins is not high, they are in the upper realm, so they are born with sufficient profound qi, which is 100 times stronger than the human race in the 3 continents. These are just I's guesses. Xueqi smiled. It's impossible to record this in the orthodoxy of the 8 major sects. Who cares if their profound qi is 100 times stronger than the human race in the hidden immortal continent? As long as we can use the ruins technique to make up for the deficiency of our primordial spirit that day, cultivate our primordial spirit to perfection, and then use the profound qi in the heavenly demon's body to supplement the profound qi of the doppelgangers, and mold you into real cultivators with 7 emotions and 6 desires. Alas! When green-robed Xueqi heard this, he hesitated for a moment before bowing and saying, "On behalf of the other fellow Taoists, I thank fellow Taoist for his great kindness. Although I didn't participate in the battle of the primordial spirits, I also heard something strange from the words of Mo Ling. I also felt the crisis and was afraid that fellow Taoist would have other thoughts. Now that we've heard it, we're truly at ease. Fellow Taoist, your heart is as pure as the heavens, and your sincerity is greater than the sun and moon." "Hee, I also had evil thoughts." Xueqi said with a smile. "However, in the end, I still feel that since I was able to bring all of you fellow Taoists into this world, I should be responsible to the end and do as much as I can." When he spoke up to hear, Xueqi continued proudly. "Moreover, I believe that with my character, all of you were separated from my soul core, so I presume your characters aren't much different, right? Even the little Mo Ling was so obedient in the illusion and didn't dare to resist in front of this Xiao. This was what he truly thought in his heart. Therefore, I am extremely relieved to let all of you out." Hee, that's. A smile appeared on green-robed Xueqi's face. Apart from being sentimental and being greedy, fellow Taoist doesn't have any special shortcomings. Sweat. Xueqi's face turned green as he said somewhat awkwardly, "Green-robed fellow Taoist, can you not speak so bluntly? These can't be considered as shortcomings, right? Besides, does fellow Taoist know what sentimental and being greedy are?" "Ayo." When he spoke up to hear, Xueqi seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, "Right, I have to warn you. Before your profound qi is replenished, don't do sentimental things. Otherwise, you will know what it means to be sentimental since ancient times." Green-robed Xueqi said disdainfully, "I still don't know what it means to be a good match between a man and a woman, although the so-called old man pushing the cart." "Shut up." Xueqi was anxious. Although no one was listening, his face was still red. He didn't think that some details that he didn't pay attention to would now become his weakness. "All right." Green-robed Xueqi saw that Xueqi was really anxious and hurriedly changed the topic. "I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist in these aspects. If you need I and others in other aspects, fellow Taoist can just let me know." Xueqi pointed at the busy puppet and said unhappily, "Do you still need to say it? Could it be that this transmission array needs I to personally arrange it? If fellow Taoist personally arranges it, it's naturally foolproof." Green-robed Xueqi said with a smile. "However, for such a small matter, there's no need for fellow Taoist to have such a profound cultivation. I will help you deal with it." Seeing that green-robed Xueqi had already started to flatter him, Xueqi smiled. The heavenly devil's profound qi was really boundless. He had only just refined it and it made green-robed Xueqi have such rare emotions. He was really looking forward to it. He wanted to know what would happen to him and his clone after refining the heavenly devil's profound qi. It's just that. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to be gratified, green-robed Xiao Hua suddenly brought him back to reality. I feel that this place isn't suitable for setting up a transmission array. Oh? Why? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned and asked. Green-robed Xiao Hua looked around and said, "This place is relatively close to the ground. It's easy to be discovered by the devil race. Moreover, now that the ruins is besieged by the devil race, even if we set up a transmission array, we may not be able to find the location marked by fellow Taoists' divine sense. Why don't fellow Taoists take advantage of the war between the devil race and the cultivators of the ruins to sneak out of the ruins? Wouldn't it be more appropriate for us to set up a transmission array in other places similar to the ruins?" Xiao Hua could only smile bitterly in his heart at the thought of green-robed Xiao Hua, who didn't care about the cultivators of the ruins. He understood that green-robed Xiao Hua still couldn't really understand the meaning of life at this time, so he explained, "This transmission array only needs to be connected to the divine sense mark in the Elysium world. That divine sense is very weak. If the transmission array goes too deep underground, I am afraid that there will be a problem when the transmission array is activated. As for setting up a transmission array in other places, I have also thought about it. However, since we were interrupted here during the transmission process previously, it is more likely that the ruins can sense that divine sense. If we put it in other places, perhaps without the interference of the devil race, we may not be able to sense that divine sense. As for the devil race, without us in the ruins, there may be no hope of defeating them, but with us in the Fortune Gate, there is always hope of defeating the devil race." "Good." Green-robed Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, "I know, fellow Taoist can go do other things. Leave the transmission array to I. My Fortune Gate lost tens of thousands of disciples in the ruins, and their souls are still floating in the sky above the ruins. The devil race surrounded the ruins with the purpose of collecting wandering souls. I can't let the devil race take away the wandering souls of my Fortune Gate disciples." Xiao Hua raised his eyes to look at the ground and said indifferently. Green-robed Xiao Hua hurriedly urged, "Fellow Taoist is right. This matter should be done sooner rather than later. Fellow Taoist should go quickly." Subsequently, Xiao Hua cupped his fists at green-robed Xiao Hua and flew out from the capital star formation in a flicker. His consciousness wrapped around the netherworld origin force, and while flying, he collected the wandering souls into the inside of the space. The 10 years that Xiao Hua was trapped in the netherworld Blood Sea was also the most crucial period of the war in the southwest. The Fortune Gate had lost 40,000 disciples, and the 8 sects in the southwest had lost even more disciples. On top of that, the devil clansmen had also been killed. Inside Xiao Hua's space, the underworld fruit tree had begun to expand rapidly. A continent similar to Shanhua continent had also emerged from the netherworld Blood Sea. On top of that, strange underworld beasts had also appeared on this continent. These underworld beasts looked like insects, but also like ants. There were many kinds of them, and they could be found all over the continent. Xiao Hua collected the wandering souls near the soaring Dragon Mountain range, and just as he was about to go to other places to take a look, Sun Jian sent him a message. Xiao Hua received the message, and after reading it carefully, he couldn't help but frown. The message clearly stated that among the 10 great sects of the southwest border, only the Snow Chopping School and the Eternal Peace Mountain had not been rescued by the Fortune Gate from the Devil Race's encirclement. This was not because the Fortune Gate did not want to rescue them, but because the location of these 2 sects was too dangerous. This danger was nothing to the Devil Race, who had the ability to control space, but it was troublesome for the other human cultivators. This danger was originally a barrier for the 2 sects to resist the foreign enemies, but now it had become an obstacle for the Fortune Gate to rescue them. Now that Sun Jian had received Xiao Hua's reinforcements of 100,000 Fortune Gate's disciples, he began to train the new disciples while contacting the Snow Chopping Gate and Mount Yong, and to send disciples to investigate the Devil Race's situation. However, the situation was beyond Sun Jian's expectations. Not only did the 2 sects not respond, but none of the disciples sent out to investigate had returned. Sun Jian felt that this matter was strange, and contacted the Ruins Assembly Hall. In the end, the Assembly Hall's message was the same as Sun Jian's. The Assembly Hall had also lost contact with the 2 sects half a year ago, and the disciples sent out by the Assembly Hall also did not return. In other words, at this time, no one had any news about the Snow Chopping School and the Eternal Peace Mountain. If Sun Jian wanted to send the Fortune Gate's army to these 2 sects, he must obtain news from them. Therefore, after thinking for a long time, Sun Jian sent a message to Xueqi, hoping that Xueqi could send his friends to the snow chopping school and the Eternal Peace Mountain to inquire about the devil race's movements. When Xueqi saw this message, he was displeased at first. After all, whether it was Soul Cultivator Xueqi's 3 doppelgangers, or himself, they were all 9th grade Essence Force cultivators. If they wanted to kill the devil race's Devil Monarch and Devil Emperor, naturally they would have to go. This kind of small matter of inquiring about information, how could it be worth it for him to take action? However, after thinking about it for a while, Xueqi also understood Sun Jian's difficulties. The cultivation of the disciples sent by Sun Jian to the 2 sects might not be too bad, and they would certainly be good at escape techniques. The assembly hall wanted to control the situation in the ruins, and the disciples sent out were familiar with the situation of the snow chopping school and the Eternal Peace Mountain. Even they had fallen there, how could Sun Jian send more disciples? Perhaps only Soul Cultivator Xueqi and other experts who were not afraid of the devil race were suitable, right? Chapter 41-26. Hehe, the teleportation formation was built by fellow Taoist Green Robe. This Xiao can be considered to have nothing to do now. Since that's the case, this Xiao might as well make a trip. Either way, I can also snatch some souls from the devil's mouth. It can be considered as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Xueqi made up his mind and sent back the transmission talisman. After identifying the direction slightly, he released the netherworld origin power and flew towards the direction indicated by the transmission talisman. After flying for more than 10 days, he saw that the originally undulating mountain range had gradually turned into sheer cliffs and precipitous cliffs. Huge cracks were deeply carved on the ground. The cracks here were radial, as if a large hand was pulling the ground apart. There was not a single plant on the cliffs in those cracks. Not even the commonly seen green moss could be seen. Xueqi's divine sense swept over and only saw a kind of huge green rock. This huge rock was exposed in the air. There were strange scratches on it, like a folded sticky cake. Xueqi's figure stopped on top of a cliff and released the netherworld origin power again. Whoa! A strange whirlwind was born from Xueqi's body and spun towards the distance. Following this whirlwind, wandering souls flocked into the dark side of Xueqi's space like a swarm of bees. In just half the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, he had collected no less than several tens of thousands of wandering souls. It's a bit troublesome. Xueqi stopped. At the same time he identified the direction, he thought to himself, along the way, the number of wandering souls of the human race has increased, and the number of souls of the devil race has also decreased. Now that I'm close to the 2 sects, I can't even see the souls of the devil race. In other words, these 2 sects might have already been annihilated by the devil race. However, if these 2 sects were annihilated by the devil race should have retreated long ago. It's impossible for those disciples who came to scout not to return. Furthermore, since the devil race's devil emperor wants to collect the souls of the human race in the ruins, why didn't they make a move on the hundreds of thousands of souls in the southwest border? Why did they have to wait until the last moment to collect them all together? Could it be that they want to use so many souls to refine the devil artifact at the same time? Just as he was thinking, whoa! A gust of wind whistled from afar, blowing on the rock under Xueqi's feet and releasing an even more horrifying sound. Furthermore, as the wind blew past, the rocks within 1,000 li to the left of Xueqi also released this kind of sound. These sounds gathered together, formed a chaotic fluctuation. These fluctuations not only attacked Xueqi's Naiwan palace, they also directly shook Xueqi's mysterious dark cloud. A green light flickered between Xueqi's eyebrows as he urged his soul cultivation technique to block these fluctuations. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel aghast in his heart. Granny, Sun Jian's messaging talisman did mention the dangers of the southwest border, but this Xiao still underestimated this danger. No wonder Sun Jian didn't dare to send any more disciples here. This natural attack is comparable to a soul cultivation secret technique. How could an ordinary cultivator withstand it? Whoa! Another gust of wind that was twice as loud as the previous one came out. Xueqi hastily raised his head, only to see that in front of him, there was a gloomy coldness that pressed down on the sky for thousands of li. That gloomy coldness was full of killing intent. The chaotic fluctuations were even more like 10,000 waves crashing over. Although Xueqi's head was flashing with a green light, outside his mysterious dark cloud, there was still a violent impact that was like thunder. That's not right. Although Snow Chop School and Yong and Mountain are in dangerous terrain, if they were attacked by this kind of impact, how could their disciples still survive? Xiao Hua was somewhat bewildered, but after a moment, he woke up. Oh no, there's no need to say any more, this Xiao is lost again. Seeing that the indescribably terrifying storm was about to hit, Xiao Hua knew that this heavenly might was absolutely not something that could be resisted by human strength. He hastily urged the wind escape technique to flee into the distance. After fleeing for a few more days, the storm finally lessened, and sunlight began to appear in the cold sky. Looking at the 3 weak orange-like suns gradually setting in the sky, and then looking at the mountain peaks below him that were getting fewer and fewer, and the ravines that were getting deeper and deeper, Xiao Hua slapped his forehead and said with a smile, "It seems that this Xiao accidentally found the right direction." After saying that, Xiao Hua rested for a moment, released his divine sense, and urged the lightning escape technique to rush towards the place where the suns were setting. In just half an hour, seeing that the 3 suns were about to set, Xiao Hua arrived at a very wonderful place. The earth seemed to have come to an end here. Broken cliffs appeared below Xiao Hua. In front of the cliffs, there was an empty space. Vaguely, hundreds of miles away, there were huge rocks floating in the air. Above the earth, a huge cliff that looked like a rainbow bridge protruded from a broken cliff, and it was dozens of li long. The 3 suns were setting in the distance of the cliff, and they looked like 3 red balls rolling on a bridge. Below the bridge, there was a green void, and in that void, the outline of a group of stars was faintly visible. Xiao Hua understood that as long as the 3 red suns set, a bright starry sky would be born under this cliff, and it would be born under his feet. This is Yong'an Mountain. Xiao Hua looked at this beautiful scenery in a daze, and whispered, if it was Snow/Gate, it wouldn't be a rainbow bridge protruding out of the earth, but a cliff that seems to have been cut off by a knife. Snow/Gate and Yong'an Mountain built their sects in such a dangerous place, so it is naturally easy to defend and difficult to attack. However, this cliff is so strange. Even this Zhao's divine sense is disturbed by the fluctuations outside the cliff, and I can't see the situation inside the cliff. Looking at the unusually quiet Yong'an Mountain, he felt a little strange. Why don't I see the Demon Clan's demon array? Not to mention the Demon Clan's siege? It seems that I can only fly over and take a look. Finished thinking, Xiao Hua's figure fell towards the cliff, but after falling for more than 100 zhong, a very strange whirlpool suddenly appeared under Xiao Hua's feet, as if it wanted to drag him into the void. Xiao Hua was shocked, and lightning surged around his body, and his figure rapidly rose. And as Xiao Hua's figure rose, that whirlpool disappeared again. Xiao Hua helplessly flew towards the distance for a moment, and then landed again. As he expected, when his figure fell to a certain height, that whirlpool appeared again. Alas, I'm afraid this is the natural barrier of Yong'an Mountain. Xiao Hua sighed, looked at the left and thought to himself, only by walking out of the cliff will it be safe. No wonder the discussion hall and Sun Jian didn't dare to come to rescue me. Thinking, Xiao Hua flew towards the large area, and prepared to walk over from the cliff. However, right before he flew to the cliff, the 3 red suns behind him completely sunk into the ground. However, in the extreme distance to Xiao Hua's right, there was still a ray of sunlight that stubbornly shone on the cliff. That bright red color seemed to be quite pleasing. Xiao Hua's figure stopped in midair, slightly stunned, and turned his head to look at the location of the setting sun in puzzlement. That place was already dark, and the 3 suns had already disappeared. What's going on? Suddenly, Xiao Hua thought of something, and his figure rapidly rose. Sure enough, as Xiao Hua rushed to the sky, the setting sun appeared again in the distance among the shattered rocks. Damn it, this Xiao understands now. Only when a strong wind appeared above Xiao Hua's head, blowing Xiao Hua's body to the point of pain, did Xiao Hua stop. His eyes flashed with extraordinary splendor, and he secretly shouted, "This place is where this Xiao saw the torn gap in the ruins when the transportation formation collapsed. No wonder there are strong winds and strange fluctuations here. These should exist in the starry sky. Moreover, the ruins is a planet in the upper realm, and it is originally circular. These 3 suns rise in the east and set in the west, and they won't fall below the ground. As long as you fly towards the location where the suns fall, you will always be able to see the suns. If you fly 1 round around this planet, you should be able to see the sunrise of the second day. The hidden immortal continent and the dawn rain continent are a piece of land, and the sun's rise in the east and set in the west must have fallen below the ground. No. The hidden immortal continent and the dawn rain continent might not be a piece of land, and they might also be huge planets. It's just that they are too huge, and even tribulation transcendence cultivators can't fly faster than the speed at which the sun set. Otherwise, how could Confucian cultivators have the legend of Kwa Fu chasing the sun? After comprehending this point, Xiao Hua seemed to have been enlightened. Previously, Heavenly Tao Xiao Hua had imparted to him a lot of comprehensions, and the areas that he couldn't understand before were now easily comprehended. Even the starry sky within the space was rumbling, and not only was the starlight shining brightly, but the Shenhua continent was violently expanding once again. Of course. Xiao Hua's figure flashed 9 times in midair, and then stopped. Xiao Hua pinched his chin and smiled. This Zhao's Shenhua continent and the continent on the inside of the space are also continents. The hidden immortal continent and the 3 continents might also be continents. But the fact that the ruins are planets is real, and there are also many planets in the upper realms cultivation world, and this is also real. This world may be continents or planets, and there might be other forms. Isn't the wonder of heaven and earth here? If this Xiao didn't accidentally fall into the ruins, how could I comprehend the profound meaning of the space law so easily? How could I comprehend the minute details of the time law? Haha. Xiao Hua laughed loudly, and his figure rapidly descended. When his feet touched the ground, he looked at the Yong'an mountain in the distance, which was already shrouded by the curtain of night. He put his hands behind his back and slowly walked over. However, just as he walked out of the cliff, a faint brilliance emerged from the mountain rocks, and then an obscure fluctuation rushed to the other side of the cliff like lightning. Xiao Hua only raised his eyelids slightly to take a look, but he didn't stop walking. He knew that this was the restriction of the Yong'an mountain, and if someone broke in, it would definitely send a warning to the sect. Sure enough, after walking for another 100 feet, a voice came from the front. Which fellow Taoist has come to my Yong'an mountain? Please report your name. Xiao Hua smiled and stopped and calmly said, I, Xiao Hua of the Fortune Gate, am here to pay my respects to the Yong'an mountain sect master. Oh, so it's Senior Xiao. Please wait a moment. This junior will release the restriction and invite Senior in. That voice didn't sound particularly respectful. Chapter 41:27. After the disciple finished speaking, he saw 100 or so feet in front of Xiao Hua. Shwa! Like a flash of water, hundreds of light blue sparks appeared out of thin air and then exploded at the same time. After a series of crackling sounds, hundreds of beehive-like flying boats appeared in the air. On each flying boat stood 2 human cultivators wearing black armor and holding magic treasures. The black armor didn't have any brilliance and looked like it was refined from wood vines. The armor covered the cultivators' heads and faces, making it impossible to see their appearance. The first flying boat landed in front of Xiao Hua, and a tall cultivator flew down from it. He bowed and said, Junior Ding Hong, the guard of Yong'an Mountain, greet Senior Xiao. And Xiao Hua waved his hand and helped Ding Hong up. He asked, this Xiao heard that the devil race besieged the Yong'an Mountain. Why is there no trace of the devil race here? Senior, please no. Ding Hong respectfully replied, several years ago, the devil race besieged the Yong'an Mountain. However, under the tenacious resistance of the disciples, the devil race didn't succeed. Later on, a large-scale star tide occurred near the Yong'an Mountain. The disciples of the Yong'an Mountain were lucky enough to escape by hiding in the mountain protecting formation. However, the devil race was killed by the star tide. After the star tide passed, the devil race retreated. That's strange. Xiao Hua curiously asked, since the Yong'an Mountain has been rescued, why didn't they send the news to the conference hall? Under the star tide, the Yong'an Mountain's sect protecting formation was smashed into pieces. The other restrictions, including the transmission array, were completely destroyed. The news of the Yong'an Mountain couldn't be sent out. Ding Hong replied neither arrogantly nor humbly. Moreover, the Yong'an Mountain can't enter the conference hall. Why would the conference hall care about the safety of the Yong'an Mountain? Thinking about the conference hall's attitude towards the 10 sects in the southwest, Xiao Hua knew that Ding Hong was right. However, he still asked, but recently, not only the conference hall, even my fortune gate has sent some disciples to investigate. Why didn't I receive any news from the Yong'an Mountain? There's such a thing? Ding Hong was obviously surprised to hear this for the first time. He replied, this junior has only been on guard duty for a few months. There are also shifts during this period. This junior doesn't know what senior is talking about. Forgive junior for not being able to answer. Where's your sect master? Xiao Hua asked as he looked at the dense palaces on the cliff that looked like a rainbow bridge after the restriction was removed in the distance. Ding Hong looked at Xiao Hua and smiled apologetically. To be honest, Junior has never heard of the Fortune Gate, but since Senior is concerned about my Eternal Peace Mountain and is a human cultivator, Junior removed the restriction. However, if Senior wishes to meet with my sect master, I would like to ask Senior to take out your nameplate, or a token from the conference hall. And Xiao Hua nodded, took out a jade slip, wrote something on it, and handed it to Ding Hong with a smile. I came here in a hurry, so I didn't get the assembly hall's token. Moreover, I'm not a cultivator of the ruins, so I don't have any nameplates. This is the message this old man left for your sect master. Take it to your sect master. I'm sure he'll meet this old man after reading it. Yes, I understand. Ding Hong took the jade slip, but didn't look at it. He waved his hand and took out a wooden object that looked like a flying sword. He placed the jade slip inside and turned to a disciple behind him, instructing, take this to 7th Marshal Uncle. Yes. That disciple took it and drove the flying boat away. After half a cup of tea's time, that disciple drove the flying boat back and respectfully saluted Xiao Hua. Senior Xiao, my sect master has a favor to meet you. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, your sect master is quite arrogant. I wouldn't dare. Ding Hong hurriedly explained. My sect master was seriously injured in the battle with the devil race. He can't walk, so he can't welcome you from afar, so I hope Senior Xiao can understand. What injury? He hasn't recovered after so long? Xiao Hua asked curiously. This. Ding Hong hesitated and smiled apologetically. Forgive Junior for not being able to disclose. Senior should ask my sect master face to face. And lead the way. Xiao Hua nodded. Perhaps this old man can take a look at your sect master's injury. Very good, Senior, please. Ding Hong slightly leaned to the side and motioned Xiao Hua to get on the flying boat, explaining, the restrictions of my Yong'an Mountain are quite powerful. If you don't take the flying boat, it will be a bit troublesome. Of course, with Senior's cultivation, you may not care about this, but in order to not destroy the restrictions, I ask Senior to take the flying boat. Xiao Hua didn't make things difficult for Ding Hong and agreed, his figure floating on the flying boat. When Xiao Hua landed on the flying boat actually sank slightly, as if Xiao Hua's figure was extremely heavy. Ding Hong was stunned for a moment, then respectfully said, Senior, please sit, Junior will send Senior in. Along the way, there are many restrictions in my Yong'an Mountain. Although many of them are being repaired, their power is not small. Haha, let's go. Xiao Hua laughed. If this old man can't even deal with this, how could this old man dare to come to Yong'an Mountain? Ding Hong somewhat awkwardly replied. Senior must be joking. He knew that the closer he got to the core of Yong'an Mountain, the more array would be destroyed. Seeing that the flying boat had flown halfway, another faint magnetic force rushed out and fell like a waterfall. The flying boat flew out of the clouds and was blocked, and similarly, an even fainter remnant fell into the flying boat. Xiao Hua glanced at it and didn't pay attention to it. However, when the faintly discernible magnetic force was less than half a foot away from Xiao Hua, Hong, a loud sound was heard, and the entire flying boat roared. Then, the clouds of the flying boat rushed out crazily, and the moment the remnant magnetic force came into contact with the clouds, it suddenly changed. The light curtain was more than 10 times stronger than before, and the flying boat outside the clouds also made a wung-wung sound. The 6 magnetic forces echoed the previous magnetic force and slashed towards Xiao Hua's head. Haha! Ding Hong's figure suddenly dimmed, and like a ghost, he quickly disappeared. His laughter was extremely mocking, however. He only laughed halfway, and immediately, like a duck that had its throat grabbed, he made a quack-quack sound and couldn't laugh anymore. Moreover, his half-disappeared figure also stopped in the void, and gradually revealed itself. Gotcha. At this time, the 6 magnetic forces were already closing in. Xiao Hua's body flashed with intense lightning as hundreds of electric arcs rushed out, blocking the magnetic forces. Amidst the intense rumbling, the 6 magnetic forces only managed to cut down 60% of the electric arcs before disappearing completely. You, how did you find out? Seeing this, how could Ding Hong not know that Xiao Hua had already discovered the abnormality? His hands and feet struggled futilely in the air, and he screamed with extreme unwillingness. Chapter 41-28. You're just a group of lifeless walking corpses. Do you think this old man can't see through you? Even if you can exaggerate, you're still just a demon general. What kind of scheme are you trying to play in front of this old man? Xiao Hua sneered, his index and middle fingers joined together, and with a slight slash, a sword light flashed, and with a crackling sound, Ding Hong's armor was split open from head to toe, and a zombie with a pale face was revealed from inside the armor. This zombie's skin was ashen, his eyes were black, and strange demon patterns covered his entire body. His bare chest was still slightly beating, but when the armor was split open, it had already calmed down. So what have you found out? Ding Hong seemed to be out of breath. He opened his mouth, which was filled with blood, and his tongue was swollen. He said in a somewhat inarticulate voice, "After entering Yong'an Mountain, you will be a member of my demon clan. My demon lord will immediately turn you into a zombie." As Ding Hong's voice fell, a series of rumbling noises that were even denser than the beating of a drum resounded in the space around Xiao Hua. After every rumbling noise, a large greenish-purple ball of light would appear in the air. In just a moment, several thousand light balls had filled up the entire space. Within the greenish-purple ball of light, the greenish-purple magnetic force entangled with the purple magnetic force, emitting crackling noises. Outside the ball of light, a layer of space was leaking out from the magnetic force, causing fine spatial cracks to appear. In fact, amidst the rumbling, tens of thousands of humanoid figures were revealed behind these greenish-purple balls of light. These tens of thousands of human figures were not wearing armor, and each and every one of them was in the form of a zombie like Ding Hong. Moreover, their eyes were lifeless, and their robes were stained with black and red blood. Alas, needless to say, these must be the corpses of Yong'an Mountain's disciples. Xiao Hua sighed. After death, they were used by the demon race. Sure enough, with the appearance of these zombies, the zombies raised their hands, and strange magical power gushed out from their bodies. Those purple light balls emitted an even more dazzling brilliance, and these brilliances overflowed from the light balls like tentacles, and the green brilliance and purple brilliance of each light ball gradually connected together. These Yong'an Mountain's disciples seem to have their souls extinguished. Xiao Hua slightly frowned. It's just that there's no vitality in their bodies. Even if the demon race is exterminated, there's no value in keeping them. Gidge. A very strange laughter resounded in the surroundings, and then a naked beautiful woman flew out from the palace of Yong'an Mountain. Although this woman's figure was graceful, and her body emitted a pink halo, the moment she appeared, all the zombies issued a low growl from their throats, and the formation was somewhat messy. It's just a demon monarch. Xiao Hua's gaze fell on the woman's body. The woman's figure seemed to be transparent. Xiao Hua said and waved his 2 fingers again. A sword light appeared out of thin air. Pooh! A sound like silk being torn apart rang out. Ding Hong's zombie was split in half. However, even so, no blood or internal organs fell out of the zombie, and the 2 halves of the zombie were still waving their hands and feet. Puff! Xiao Hua opened his mouth, and a samadhi true fire flew out and landed on the 2 halves of the zombie. Jiff! Ding Hong's zombie was still screaming miserably, but in a few breaths of time, it fell into the air and turned into dust. Daoist Xiao is indeed powerful. That beautiful woman smiled slightly, and within 100 li, fist-sized flower petals appeared. Those flower petals fell down and gave off light, and the group of zombies couldn't help but clamor again, but the beautiful woman said, "You're actually proficient in Samadhi True Fire. That's out of my expectations." You're the sect master of Yong'an Mountain? Xiao Hua smiled and looked up and down, then narrowed his eyes and said, "Your appearance is really not bad. It's also out of this old man's expectations." That beautiful woman nodded and looked, then stretched out her hands to lovingly touch her own bump, and said enviously, This old man is indeed envious of you humans, having such a beautiful body, but unfortunately, you don't know how to take care of it. Why don't you let my devil race take it? The devil race is the devil race, and the human race is the human race. Xiao Hua replied indifferently, if the devil race takes over the human body, is it still the devil race? If the devil race takes over the human body, is it still the human race? Gidge. That beautiful woman smiled beautifully. Isn't it like this now? Zhong Lingxiu doesn't need to cultivate anymore, and she has endless life, and this old man doesn't need to wander around anymore, and also has such a beautiful body? Forget it. Xiao Hua sighed. Seeing you, this old man also knows why all the cultivators sent here never returned. This old man doesn't want to hear anything else. As he spoke, Xiao Hua's aura was like a rainbow, and a thunderous roar surged out from him. You actually don't have any tender feelings for the fairer sex? That beautiful woman obviously didn't expect Xiao Hua to make a move just like that, and actually wasn't seduced by her beauty. Haha. Xiao Hua laughed loudly. This old man just walked out of the heavenly demon's fantasy land, and your cultivation isn't even worthy of carrying the heavenly demon's shoes. Heavenly? Heavenly demon? The gorgeous woman turned pale with fright. Seeing the thunderbolts around Xiao Hua's body rushing in all directions, she smiled coldly and stretched out both of her hands. Boom! Following her hands, all of the zombies urged their transcendence energy. Boom boom! Thousands of light balls suddenly exploded. Except for the outer layer of the 100 or so polar magnetic rays that rushed into the sky, all of the other purple-colored magnetic rays entangled together and fell towards Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua's thunderbolts that soared into the sky were instantly cleaved clean by this unparalleled magnetic force. Hee hee! Xiao Hua sneered and rubbed his hands, and rays of crystal light fell into the void. Rumble! The space within hundreds of miles shook violently, and bubbles appeared in the void. Countless electric arcs flew out from the bubbles, and it was as if dragons were fighting with the extreme magnetic rays. On the entire Yong and mountain, it was quite lively with fireworks. Damn it! Seeing Xiao Hua so powerful, the beautiful woman couldn't help but curse, and then she opened her mouth again, and said something, and an obscure sound fell in the air. Pa pa pa. But after every light ball, a zombie exploded, and after the explosion, a faint blood color rushed into the light ball. Swish! Inside the light ball, the purple and green extreme magnetic rays made a hissing sound, and then in the blood color they actually condensed together. Whoa. Following the fusion of the two different colored extreme magnetic rays, the roar and power in the entire sky suddenly became several times more accurate. Under the extreme magnetic rays, Xiao Hua's thunder was actually dissipated, and even more extreme magnetic rays bypassed the thunder, passing through the void to attack Xiao Hua. Hee hee! Xiao Hua raised his hand, and was about to take out the sword gourd, but suddenly, the cliffs around Yong and mountains suddenly emitted bright sparks, and a sound that was even more ear-piercing than the sound of thunder was produced. In the starry sky, like flying fish in the sea, there were many arcs of light, and these arcs of light completely enveloped the entire Yong and mountain, and within thousands of miles, there was a suffocating aura. Seeing this, Xiao Hua retracted his hand, and with a backhand slap, it really landed on his head. Puff! Clouds of 5-colored true qi gushed out, and turned into silk to protect Xiao Hua. PFFF PFFF PFFF. Like the sound of rain hitting a banana leaf, the magnetic force fell into the clouds, striking a thumb-sized dent, and then disappeared. Even if the magnetic force was like a waterfall, the clouds would only be split, but the 5-colored true qi within the clouds was endless, growing and multiplying endlessly. In front of this true qi that represented the power of life, the extremely powerful magnetic force was also defeated little by little. What kind of divine ability is this? The beautiful woman stood outside the extreme magnetic rays, and felt the power of life that was innately incompatible with her innate divine ability, and couldn't help but cry out in shock. Live as a hero, die as a ghost hero. Although I fell into the netherworld, I was unwilling to pass. Xiao Hua chanted. How can you demons know the vitality of my human race? How can you demons touch the integrity of my human race? Demons are demons. Humans are humans. Since there are no longer any living people in Yong and Mountain, the so-called siege of the demon race is just you, a demon monarch. Why should this old man waste time with you? After saying this, Xiao Hua raised his hand, and a golden light flew out of his Taoist robe, and the soaring dragon scissors turned into a golden dragon that pounced on the witch. How do you know that there is only me in Yong and Mountain? Are you not afraid of hurting the humans of Yong and Mountain? The beautiful woman was shocked again. She controlled the entire Yong and Mountain with the power of a demon monarch, and for several years, nothing was leaked. Even the cultivators who entered Yong and Mountain to investigate were confused by the scene on the surface of Yong and Mountain, and all of them fell into her evil hands. But Xiao Hua, in the time it took to eat a meal, unexpectedly saw through her tricks. How could she not be surprised? While the beautiful woman was shocked, she waved her hands again and again, and blood-red devil chi fell into the air, and then from the void, groups of Yong and Mountain disciples rushed out, and each of them waved their magic weapons, blocking in front of the beautiful woman. Whoosh! The soaring dragon scissors cut through the sky, not only cutting some of the extreme magnetic rays, but also cutting those zombie disciples in two. However, these zombies were the same as Ding Hong's corpse. Even though they were cut in two, they were still struggling in midair. Humph! Xiao Hua snorted coldly. This old man sees the mortal world with his wisdom. This mountain is full of monsters. How can this old man not see it? After saying this, Xiao Hua raised his hand, and with a buzzing sound, a sword light appeared in his hand, and then the sword light soared into the sky, and with a whoosh, it turned into a 1,000-feet-long rainbow that fell down. Damn it! Seeing Xiao Hua's endless tricks, and their power was great, the beautiful woman bit her lips, and then opened her mouth to spit out a mouthful of dirty blood. The dirty blood fell into the air, and immediately turned into a huge demon body. This demon body was full of blood, and streams of blood seeped out from the void and fell into the demon body. The demon body raised its hand and grabbed, and within 100 miles, layers of blood flowers were born, and a powerful restriction was tightly locked from the outside. Wasn't this the blood drop paradise that Xiao Hua was familiar with? Chapter 41-29. Humph, you're just showing off your slight skill in front of an expert. Xiao Hua sneered and simply ignored the blood drop heavenly grotto. He still controlled the flying sword to descend. The sword was filled with an awe-inspiring aura. Wherever it landed, all of the evil energy would turn into ashes. All of the zombies would also be turned into dust. The so-called blood drop heavenly grotto was like a dark night being pierced by light. The flying sword went straight for the blood devil's body. Boom! The flying sword fell. Not only did layers of inscriptions rush out, it was like a warrior facing death unflinchingly fell into the devil chi. Even the sword tip pierced through the blood demon. As soon as the blood demon's imprisonment was broken, the blood demon's body was cut into two halves by the sword light. Not only that, the flying sword's tip pierced through the gorgeous woman's arm and cut off her left arm. How is this possible? Seeing the flying sword so sharp, the gorgeous woman turned pale with fright again. Your flying sword is actually not afraid of the devil chi. Swish. Xiao Hua did not speak. What answered her was the soaring dragon shears. The golden light borrowed the sword light and cut the gorgeous woman in half. However, even though the gorgeous woman was cut into three parts, whether it was her upper body, lower body, or even her left arm, they were all moving freely. Except for the splendor that prevented the devil chi from healing, there was no other change at all. Puff! Xiao Hua opened his mouth and a samadhi true fire flew out in the shape of a phoenix. It whistled and pounced on the gorgeous woman. Wherever the samadhi true fire passed, the zombies around 100 feet away were all turned into powder, and the magnetic force controlled by these zombies also turned into nothingness. Kill, kill, kill. The gorgeous woman tried her best to heal the body she was so proud of. At the same time, she urged more zombies of Yong and Mountain to rush out and attack Xiao Hua. It seemed that she did not care about Xiao Hua's samadhi true fire. Tens of thousands of Yong and Mountain disciples rushed out and attacked Xiao Hua with the help of Yong and Mountain's magnetic force. Even someone as strong as Xiao Hua felt that it was strenuous. Granny, this devil clan is really weird. Xiao Hua was hiding inside the five-colored true chi. Watching the five-colored true chi being attacked by the several tens of thousands of disciples using their magic treasures, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He actually used his own strength to capture Yong and Mountain. Moreover, he even controlled all the disciples of Yong and Mountain. Although that Ding Hong from before seemed to have the strength of a devil general, he was most likely just a clone of this devil. If we want to kill all of these Eternal Peace Mountain's disciples, Our Fortune Gate's disciples will have to suffer a lot. While Xiao Hua was thinking, the Samadhi True Fire had already arrived in front of the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman smiled coldly and opened her mouth again. Another blood demon flew out, revealing a sinister smile as it pounced towards the Samadhi True Fire. Sizzle. There was a sound like water falling into a pot of oil. More than half of the phoenix formed by the Samadhi True Fire was destroyed. However, just as the gorgeous woman's contemptuous gaze shifted away from the true Samadhi fire, she saw the extinguished phoenix let out a faint mournful cry, as if it was reborn from blood. Its broken body rushed past the blood demon and pounced in front of the gorgeous woman. Not good. Seeing that the blood demon's body was silently pierced through by the fire phoenix, the gorgeous woman turned pale with fright. Unfortunately, the remaining Samadhi True Fire had already flown out from the Samadhi True Fire and completely enveloped the gorgeous woman. He rubbed his hands and a spell landed on the sword gourd. The sword gourd let out a rumbling sound and gradually fell down. Then, the sword gourd let out a dazzling brilliance and turned into a ball of light. Woo-woo! The soul-slaying yuan light that rushed out of the sword gourd began to shrink. As the spell was inserted, the soul-slaying yuan light began to rotate and condense into a spiral shape. The magnetic storm that was attracted by the soul-slaying yuan light also began to turn into an arc of light and fell into the sword gourd. Pung pung pung. The entire sword gourd let out a crisp sound like beans being fried. Xiao Hua chanted the heavenly dragon technique and the spell in his hands surged. He began to refine the magnetic storm that covered 1,000 miles of eternal peace mountain into the soul-slaying yuan light. After another bright moon and sparse stars, the entire night sky began to calm down. It was already more than 10 days later. Xiao Hua raised his hand and pointed. On the crystal-clear sword gourd, wisps of light appeared. These wisps of light were sometimes visible, as if they were about to fly out of thin air. An indescribable sharpness overflowed from these wisps of light. Xiao Hua withdrew his gaze from the sword gourd. He raised his hand and the sword gourd fell into his hand. Xiao Hua did not put away the sword gourd. He looked up at the doppelganger standing not far away and said, "Fellow Taoists, did you succeed? All the Eternal Peace Mountain disciples. Their bodies have been destroyed. This little brother has checked them one by one. I will not let any of the witch's doppelgangers slip away." Devil Spirit Xiao Hua said with a smile. He flew forward and took out dozens of spatial rings and handed them to Xiao Hua. These are the orthodoxies of Eternal Peace Mountain. There are also some fragments. Since Eternal Peace Mountain is no longer here, it would be better for us to take them. Chapter 41:30. Fellow Taoist Long Mai. Xiao Hua waved his hand and the sword gourd flew out. Fellow Taoist Green Robe is building a transmission array in the soaring Dragon Mountain range and has no time to go to the Snow/Gate. I'll leave this spirit exterminating light to you. Yes, I understand. Long Mai. Xiao Hua took the sword gourd and nodded. I will use the spirit exterminating light to kill thousands of devil seeds. Inform Sun Jian when you go. If necessary, let him take the Fortune Gate disciples directly to the Snow/Gate. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said, I know. Long Mai. Xiao Hua nodded. He looked at the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua, Buddha Bodhi, and soul cultivator Xiao Hua and said, with these three fellow Taoists following, there shouldn't be any problems. Fellow Taoist can rest assured. Soon after, several clones bid farewell to Xiao Hua and went in the direction of the Snow/Gate. Xiao Hua stood in the air and narrowed his eyes as he looked at the figures of several people flying away. A meaningful smile hung on the corner of his mouth as he said in his heart, Fellow Taoists, don't blame I for testing you. After all, I can still control you now. If I can't control you in the future and find out that you are disloyal, I'm afraid I won't be able to do anything to you. I hope you can work together in the Snow/Gate and don't let I down. After he finished speaking, Xiao Hua released his consciousness. The netherworld origin power swept through the surrounding 10,000 miles of space and absorbed the souls of the Mount Yong and disciples into the dark side of the space. After that, he took a closer look. His figure swayed, and an earthen yellow brilliance flashed in midair as his figure fell into the broken cliff. Xueqi didn't find an excuse to stay in the Yong'an mountain just to train his clones. When he was using the spirit-exterminating light to refine the magnetic force, he sensed a strong magnetic force in the cliff. He guessed that there would be a magnetic force space under the cliff. Therefore, he stayed to explore the underground. There were many spatial faults in the soil beneath the cliff, and these faults were filled with magnetic forces. Sometimes, these faults were extremely large, and the magnetic forces were like a maze in the void. If one was careless and fell into a magnetic trap, one would be killed by the magnetic forces. Xueqi relied on his innate sense of direction and carefully avoided these traps that could kill people at any time. The deeper he went, the more Xueqi discovered that there were actually even more origin magnetic fragments beneath the ground. These fragments were of different sizes. The large ones were several miles long, while the small ones were only a few inches long. Every magnetic field naturally had two poles, and when the 5 elements of the human race arrived here, it was inevitable that they would be attracted by the magnetic field. Faced with magnetic field fragments that were several miles in size, even separation and reunion cultivators would have a headache, not to mention the numerous magnetic field fragments beneath the ground. It was only because Xueqi's demigod body had concealed the attributes of his body that Xueqi was able to safely reach a pitch-black void without being disturbed by the magnetic shards. Sensing the strong magnetic force in the void, Xueqi patted the space between his eyebrows and opened his delusion breaker Dharma eye. Haha. He saw that the magnetic force space in front of him was filled with red and yellow magnetic pole lines, and then he saw a huge oval-shaped sphere clearly divided into red and yellow. Xueqi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Unfortunately, although the magnetic force is powerful, it is good at attacking the 5 elements, and it is difficult to cultivate it. Now, Mount Yong'an is besieged by the devil race, and hundreds of thousands of cultivators are actually under the control of a devil monarch. Although the devil monarch's pink skull is powerful, if the Mount Yong'an disciples diligently cultivate their Tao foundation and consolidate their Tao realm, they may not necessarily fall into the devil monarch's hands. From this, it can be seen that the Mount Yong'an sect's success and failure are due to the magnetic force Ah. I hope this Xiao can bring Mount Yong'an's orthodoxy to other places, and the new sect can learn from Mount Yong'an's tragedy. At this point, a divine sense suddenly appeared in the distance, and swept over like a wave crashing against the shore. It seemed to be a demonstration, and also seemed to be a warning. Xueqi let out an N sound and released his own divine sense. Bas. The divine sense and divine sense collided together, setting off a wave of energy that could reach the sky. Soon after, they both retracted their divine sense. A melodious voice came from that direction. Is that Xueqi of the Fortune sect, Taoist Master Xueqi? With a touch of divine sense, Xueqi knew that the newcomer was a Tao transformation cultivator from the ruins, which was the so-called 9th grade essence Qi cultivator of the hidden immortal mainland. His strength was not inferior to his own. He was a little puzzled, and his figure went up to greet, and he answered with a smile. That's right, it is this Xiao. May I know which fellow Taoist you are? He. As he spoke, a cloud appeared in the horizon, dragging a long tail as it flew in front of Xueqi. That cultivator's figure was ordinary, and his face was like a full moon. He was wearing a sword outfit, and there was a flame-like sword mark between his eyebrows. The cultivator's eyes were a little red, and when he turned, there was a faint sword light reflected in his eyes. That cultivator sized up Xueqi, then cupped his hands and said, Shindao Sex Yun Che, greets Taoist Master Xiao. Yun Che? Shindao Sex Sect Master Yun? Xueqi was stunned. He naturally knew that the Shindao Sect's Tao transformation cultivator was called Yun Che, but he didn't expect that the seemingly inconspicuous cultivator in front of him was actually the sect master of one of the 3 great sects in the ruins. He also didn't expect that he would see Yun Che on Mount Yong'an. Therefore, Xueqi didn't dare to be negligent. He tidied up his clothes and cupped his hands and said, Xueqi greets Sect Master Yun. Hi, this Yun has long heard that Taoist Master Xiao of the Fortune sect is not only righteous, but also brought the elite disciples of the outer realm to reinforce our ruins. Moreover, you are also approachable, and you are amiable even when facing low-level disciples. This Yun has long admired you, and now that I have seen you, you really live up to your name. This Yun is convinced. Yun Che sighed and hurriedly returned the greeting. Hearing Yun Che's words, Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat, and he said inwardly, "Damn it, such a big sect master is actually greeting an outsider like this. Could it be a weasel paying a visit to a chicken?" Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand modestly. "Sect Master Yun is too kind. This Xiao is just an ordinary cultivator. How could I have the noble character and unquestionable integrity that fellow Taoist is talking about? Speaking of noble character and unquestionable integrity, this Yun has to represent the 100 sects in the ruins and the assembly hall to thank Taoist Master Xiao and the Fortune sect's disciples for their contributions to the ruins." Without waiting for Xiao Hua to finish speaking, Yun Che hurriedly continued and bowed again. If it weren't for the Fortune sect's assistance in the southwest border, not only would the 8 great sects have been annihilated by the devil race, but a large area of the ruins would also have fallen into the hands of the devil race. This Xiao doesn't dare to claim credit. Xiao Hua hurriedly raised his hand to support Yun Che and said, "This is all the credit of the Fortune sect's disciples." Yes. Although Yun Che stood up, he still continued. "This Yun has long heard that the Fortune sect's disciples have lost nearly 50,000 disciples for the ruins. This Yun and the entire assembly hall are grateful to the Fortune sect for this." Hearing this, Xiao Hua smiled, looked at Yun Che and said word by word, "Sect Master Yun, you didn't come all the way from the assembly hall to Mount Yong and just to thank this Xiao, right?" "Hee, of course." Yun Che laughed. "Taoist Master Xiao is now the most famous person in the ruins, and the Fortune sect's disciples are the most elite troops in the ruins to deal with the devil race. Not to mention this Yun. Even all the sect masters in the assembly hall are willing to come all the way here to thank Taoist Master." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "Sect Master Yun is too polite. You wouldn't have come to Mount Yong and for no reason, right? This Yun naturally didn't come to the southwest border just to find Taoist Master Xiao." Yun Che knew that he couldn't pretend anymore, and said with a serious expression, "But since I didn't meet Taoist Master in the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range, and I met Taoist Master Xiao on Mount Yong and this Yun can only meet Taoist Master Xiao." Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and stared at Yun Che thoughtfully. Of course he knew why Yun Che came to the southwest border. He had killed all the zombie disciples on Mount Yong-en. If no one knew, then it was fine, but if someone used it against him, he really couldn't refute. After all, no one saw the witch controlling Mount Yong-en, and the orthodoxy of Mount Yong-en had completely disappeared. Cough cough. Seeing the unfriendliness in Xiao Hua's eyes, Yun Che hurriedly coughed twice and said, "The assembly hall received a message from the Fortune sect, and knew that there had been no news from Mount Yong and Snow/School for several years. In addition, in the last half a year, none of the disciples in the assembly hall had returned. So the assembly hall wanted to know what happened to these 2 sections. Originally, they wanted to send elders from other sects, but this Yun really has something to discuss with Taoist Master Xiao, so this Yun volunteered to come to Mount Yong-en." "So many." Xiao Hua was dumbfounded. Yun Che said with a smile, "Of course it's not 21. If it's really 21, the devil race doesn't need to besiege the ruins, they can just kill their way into the ruins. After all, although the devil emperors aren't devil sovereigns, their strength is comparable to our human race's 7th stage Dao transformation, or even 8th or 9th stage Dao transformation. Even with Reverend Zhao's strength, you've been trapped by the devil emperor for more than 10 years. Dao transformation cultivators like us are simply not a match for the devil emperor. In that case, some of the devil emperors are devil monarchs in disguise? Or maybe the devil emperors have changed their appearance." Xiao Hua understood and asked probingly. Yun Che nodded, "Indeed. Some of the devil monarchs are very powerful, and their strength can reach the 1st stage of Dao transformation. Therefore, it's very difficult for us to distinguish between the devil emperors and devil monarchs in terms of strength. Also, as Reverend Xiao said, the devil monarch who killed the Eternal Peace Mountain by himself should be one of the 3 great devil races besieging the ruins, the zombie race. This devil race sucks the blood essence of humans. Once harmed by the devil race, they won't die immediately. Instead, they will become zombies without blood essence and consciousness under the control of the devil race. These zombies still have magic power in their bodies, and they can also activate magic treasures and formations to help the devil race kill our human race. Of course, the zombie race is the smallest of the 3 great devil races, but they are also the most difficult to defend against." Hearing this, Xiao Hua said, "Even if these zombies under the control of the zombie race aren't killed, they probably won't be able to come back to life, right?" "Of course." Yun Che knew what Xiaohua was worried about, so he explained. Although these zombies still have a little bit of consciousness, their true 3 souls and 6 spirits are no longer complete. Unless there's a great expert from the desolate immortal world who can recover their souls from the blood essence devoured by the devil race, the moment the devil race is killed, these zombies will gradually turn into real zombie race devils and harm the cultivators of the ruins again. Therefore, Reverend Xiao, you don't have to worry that killing the entire Eternal Peace Mountain will bring you any trouble. We've done the same in the past. Of course. At this point, Yun Che said embarrassedly, like Reverend Xiao, killing all the disciples of the Eternal Peace Mountain in one go has never happened before. However, Reverend Xiao, Yun Che said righteously, even if the discussion hall, no, even if the entire ruins makes things difficult for the Fortune Gate and Reverend Xiao, this Yun and the Shendao sect will stand on Reverend Zhao's side and stand with you against a common enemy. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Xiaohua smiled. In his heart, he already understood that this Shendao sect's Yun Che naturally came here for official business. But other than official business, he must have something to ask of him. In that case, many thanks for Sect Master Yun's righteousness. Xiaohua smiled and looked at the Eternal Peace Mountain in the distance. He said, however, when this Xiao was killing those damned zombies, I saw that the Eternal Peace Mountain's orthodoxy was not easy to pass down, so I had the intention of finding disciples to pass down. So I took all the orthodoxies of the Eternal Peace Mountain and prepared to pass them down to disciples. Without waiting for Xiaohua to finish speaking, Yun Che immediately raised his right hand and gave him a thumbs up. He praised, Reverend Xiao is really merciful, which is rare in the ruins. Not only did you let the disciples of the Eternal Peace Mountain rest in peace, but you also put in a lot of effort to find their inheritances. Who wouldn't admire you when they hear this? Especially when you're so decisive. If the news of the Eternal Peace Mountain's destruction spreads, there will definitely be wandering cultivators coming to snatch the cultivation technique jade slips. At that time, even if my discussion hall wants to take the Eternal Peace Mountain's inheritance, it won't be possible. Speaking up to here, Yun Che thought for a moment and said, Reverend Xiao, please wait a moment. Right now, I'll inform the discussion hall first so that Reverend Xiao can take the initiative. As he spoke, Yun Che raised his hand and took out a magic treasure that looked like a pagoda from his Sumuru ring. Along with the incantation, a 3-colored brilliance flew out from the magic treasure. After the brilliance spread out, a cloud of mist dispersed from the brilliance. Inside it was a space that was dozens of meters in size. At this time, a hall appeared in the space. Inside the hall, other than some decorations, there were some neatly arranged jade chairs. However, most of these jade chairs were empty. Only a few of the chairs in front had a few young cultivators sitting on them. Sect Master Yun. In the space, a handsome cultivator seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head to look at Yun Che and asked curiously, You found out about the news of the Eternal Peace Mountain so quickly? Sect Master Hua. Yun Che said with a smile. Admittedly, this Yun came quickly, but is there someone who is even more concerned about the safety of the Eternal Peace Mountain's disciples than this Yun and came earlier than this Yun? Who? Could it be Reverend Xiao Hua? When Sect Master Hua heard this, he hurriedly stood up from the jade chair and said, Sect Master Yun, is Reverend Xiao beside you? Haha. Yun Che laughed and flashed to the side. He invited Xiao Hua over and said, Reverend Xiao, this is Sect Master Hua of the Heavy Flow sect, who is on duty in the discussion hall today. Behind him are Sect Master Shangguan Su of the Immortal Husbandry sect, Sect Master Zhang Jing of the Hong Hall, and Sect Master Fei Ping of the Jing Fei Mountain. This one is Xiao Hua. Greetings, Sect Masters. Xiao Hua smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. Inside the discussion hall, several other cultivators hurriedly stood up and tidied their clothes. Together with Hua Fei, they cupped their hands in greeting and said, We greet Reverend Xiao. Then, Hua Fei said, Our discussion hall has admired Reverend Xiao for a long time. When we heard that Reverend Xiao was besieged by the Devil Emperor, we sent several elders to assist the Fortune Gate's disciples in searching for him. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. Now that we heard that Reverend Xiao Hua has escaped safely, it is indeed worthy of celebration. This is excellent news for our discussion hall. While Hua Fei was speaking, dark clouds appeared in the air, blurring Hua Fei's words. Yun Che, who was standing beside Xiao Hua, hurried over and said apologetically, Reverend Xiao, the ruins is now besieged by the devil race. Not only is the transmission array controlled by the devil race, the other communication channels are also disrupted by the devil race. Today, I will report this matter to the discussion hall. When Reverend Xiao comes to the discussion hall, we will meet again. Good. Xiao Hua nodded and stood beside Yun Che. Yun Che walked to the front of the magic artifact and roughly explained what had happened on the Eternal Peace Mountain. In the end, he said, in order to kill the Devil Monarch's clone, Reverend Xiao and the Fortune Gates disciples destroyed the Eternal Peace Mountain zombie disciples that were under the devil race's control. As for the Eternal Peace Mountain's orthodoxy, speaking up to here, Yun Che's finger moved slightly, and the brilliance of the artifact flashed, causing the situation in the conference hall to dim. Yun Che's face was slightly surprised, and he asked loudly, "What? Sect masters want the Fortune Gates orthodoxy to be passed down?" "Yes, the sect leaders' opinions are quite innovative." "Fine, then this Yun will discuss with Reverend Xiao, and ask Reverend Xiao to stop this matter." Chapter 41-32. Sect Master Yun, Sect Master Yun. Hua Fei waved his hand helplessly. "That's not what I meant. I'm just thanking the Fortune Gates disciples." "All right, since that's the case, this matter is settled." "What did Sect Master Hua say? I can't hear you clearly." Yun Che muttered to himself. "Forget it, let's not talk about it anymore. Since the Yong'an Mountain is already like this, there's no need to talk about it anymore. Taoist Xiao has already sent the Fortune Gates disciples to the Snow/Gate. I'll follow Taoist Xiao." As he spoke, Yun Che reached out and extinguished the light from the magic treasure. When Yun Che held the magic treasure in his hand, he turned around and smiled. "Taoist Xiao, you've seen it for yourself. Sect Master Hua is really indulging in fantasy. He wants the Fortune Gates Yong'an Mountain to be passed down. However, due to the interference in the communication channel, I think he wants Taoist Xiao to bring the Yong'an Mountain out and impart it to someone. No matter what, I think the main hall suggestion is good. I hope Taoist Xiao can consider it." Sect Master Hua's suggestion is very creative. This Xiao also feels that it is refreshing to hear. However, since it is the conference hall's request, this Xiao will reluctantly accept. After Xiao Hua finished speaking, the two of them looked at each other and laughed loudly. "All right, the matter of the Yong'an Mountain is over. There's no need to talk about it anymore." Yun Che smiled and took out a jade slip. He raised his hand and pointed at it. The jade slip emitted a misty green brilliance, and within this brilliance, the images of 21 devil emperors appeared. Yun Che solemnly looked at Xiao Hua and asked, "Spiritual Master, take a look. Which devil emperor is the one that trapped Spiritual Master?" "Sect Master Yun. Please wait a moment," Xiao Hua said as his gaze fell on the images of the 21 devil emperors. After half a cup of tea's time, Xiao Hua shook his head and replied, "The devil emperor I met is not among these 21. AI. Yun Che sighed. At this time, he frowned and looked at the magic treasure in his hand. He knew that it was Hua Fei's message, so he ignored it and said, "As expected, every time a devil emperor appears, he changes his body. This is the 22nd one." After saying that, Yun Che passed the jade slip to Xiao Hua. "I'll have to trouble Spiritual Master to record the image of that devil monarch on this jade slip." Xiao Hua accepted the jade slip and scanned it with his divine sense. He immediately understood what was going on and recorded the appearance of the devil monarch on the jade slip before returning it to Yun Che. Then he looked at Yun Che and said thoughtfully, "Since the devil monarch wants to trap the ruins, he must have a purpose. If it's just to kill the cultivators of the ruins, there's no need to use so many gimmicks. Every time they appear, they use different devil bodies. I think they're trying to hide their purpose." "That's right." Yun Che nodded. "This is also the reason why my assembly hall has been unable to figure it out for so many years. This is also the other reason why I wanted to meet Taoist Master. I wonder if Taoist Master Xiao has noticed anything strange from the perspective of an outsider?" "Soul," Xiao Hua replied without hesitation. "This Xiao feels that the reason why the devil race has surrounded the ruins is for the souls of cultivators." "Refining the blood demon artifact?" Yun Che didn't believe him and shook his head. "I also thought so at the beginning. However, The devil race's blood demon artifact is usually sacrificed with the blood of living souls. Every time there's a great battle, the cultivators of the ruins will also pay attention to the matter of blood sacrifice. However, after the great battle, the devil race didn't use the devil formation to refine the blood demon artifact. Since that's the case, what's the point of forming an alliance with the Shindao sect? There's no value in Sect Master Yun inviting me to be your guest elder. First of all, Yun Che looked at Xiao Hua and said sincerely, Daoist Xiao, don't be too optimistic about defeating the devil race. My ruins and the devil race have been fighting for several hundred years, and Daoist Xiao has been in the ruins for more than a decade. When has the devil race ever shown signs of defeat? The devil formation surrounding the ruins has never made any mistakes. Therefore, I estimate that even if this stalemate continues for another 1,000 years, there might not be any results. What else? Xiao Hua smiled. Could it be related to the Shindao sect's purpose in establishing a sect in the ruins? That's right. Yun Che nodded. My Shindao sect's founder was a disciple of the Supreme White Sect. He naturally came to this remote ruins to establish a sect, and this purpose is only known by each generation's Shindao sect master. And this purpose is very likely to be the same as the devil race surrounding the ruins. Oh. Then, what is your Shindao sect's purpose in coming to the ruins? Xiao Hua was even more puzzled. Yun Che smiled bitterly. If I knew, would I still need to discuss with Daoist Xiao here? Aren't you the Shindao sect's sect master? Xiao Hua was shocked. Of course I'm the Shindao sect's sect master. Yun Che's face was filled with shame as he replied. But my Shindao sect's purpose in coming to the ruins, I don't know when it was lost. When the previous generation's sect master passed the position of sect master to me, he only said this. As for the specific purpose, he doesn't know either. Damn it, there's such a strange thing. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I can't do anything about it. Yun Che replied, after all, it's already lost. Every generation of sect masters used their power to search for it, but there were no clues. And this time, the devil race surrounding the ruins made me think of this matter. After confirming it left and right, I'm even more certain that the devil race and my Shindao sect have the same purpose. Who knew if he would need the help of the Shindao sect or even the Tai Bai sect in the future? This alliance would only bring him benefits and no harm. Thus, Xiao Hua smiled and said, since it's an alliance, then it's good to be long-term. Why do you need to do something short-term? Great. Yun Che raised his right hand and smiled. This Yun knows that Daoist Master Xiao is the most forthright. Don't be anxious, don't be anxious. Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand. Sect Master Yun's conditions are very good, but they are all conditions for the alliance. If you want this Xiao to be a guest elder, these conditions are still not enough. Then what does Daoist Master Xiao need? If my Shindao sect has them, we'll definitely offer them to you with both hands. Yun Che didn't put down his hand, and asked with a smile. This. Xiao Hua was also a bit speechless. He needed the primordial spirit cultivation technique, and now that he had already obtained the inheritance of the 9 sects, these techniques might not be as high level as the Shindao sects, but he didn't need to cultivate them extremely well. These techniques were already enough. Moreover, the Shindao sect would also provide him with techniques. Suddenly, Xiao Hua's eyes lit up, and said with a smile, this Xiao is refining a kind of magic treasure. Currently, I'm lacking the innate mother of earth and innate mother of wood. I wonder if the Shindao sect can provide them? Hearing Xiao Hua's words, an extremely strange expression appeared on Yun Che's face, and he looked at Xiao Hua with a bit of disbelief. What's wrong? Xiao Hua rubbed his nose and said with a smile. Could it be that Sect Master Yun feels that this Xiao is asking for too much? No. Yun Che hurriedly explained. This Yun didn't mean that. This Yun only felt that Daoist Xiao becoming my Shindao sect's guest elder was destined by the heavens, and not this Yun's idea on a whim. As he spoke, Che took out an octagonal magic treasure that looked like a starfish from his spatial ring. That magic treasure even seemed to be alive, and its antennae slightly trembled. The magic treasure fell in midair, and a kind of water-like fluctuation spread out in all directions. Then, Che took out a jade slip and handed it to Xiao Hua, saying, Daoist Xiao, this is this Yun's magic treasure, Feijing. This jade slip contains the simple method of controlling Feijing. Take a look at it first, and take away the innate Mother of Earth. This Yun isn't willing to give this magic treasure to fellow Daoist. Ah? How is that possible? Sect Master Yun really has the innate Mother of Earth? Xiao Hua was also dumbfounded. This was the innate Mother of Earth, and he had searched for so many years without any news. Today, he only wanted to make things difficult for Che. How could it appear in front of him so easily? Daoist Xiao. You don't believe this Yun? Che's tone carried a hint of blame, but his eyes were also filled with pride. No. Xiao Hua took the jade slip, and used his divine sense to scan it while waving his hand. This Xiao is too surprised. This is the innate Mother of Earth, a natural object, something this Xiao has always dreamed of. I didn't expect Sect Master Yun to take it out without even blinking an eye. Hee. Che laughed. This innate Mother of Earth was obtained by this old man and Lu Wuxia in the Luo God-forbidden area 3,000 years ago. However, this object is not very useful to this old man's cultivation, and natural objects are not useful to ordinary disciples. If I didn't meet Daoist Xiao today, I'm afraid that in a few hundred years, this old man would have given this object to the Moon Palace. Then, thank you, Sect Master Yun. Xiao Hua looked at the jade slip, returned it to Che, and thanked him. Che waved his hand generously and said, You don't have to be so polite, Daoist Xiao. From now on, you are a guest elder of my Shindao sect, and we are family. This Yun doesn't dare to boast too much, but to say that the Shindao sect is the leader of the Shindao sect is not an exaggeration. Moreover, my Shindao sect has many treasures, and what I gave Daoist Xiao is nothing. What's more, my Shindao sect is a branch of the White sect. When Daoist Xiao reaches the 9th level of the Dao transformation realm and rushes into the 9th level of the heavens, this Yun can recommend Daoist Xiao to the White Star realm of the White sect, which is more likely than the Moon realm. Then this Xiao thanks Sect Master Yun in advance. Xiao Hua smiled and looked at the Feijing that was swimming in the air. Che understood Xiao Hua's meaning. He raised his hand, and the Feijing fell in front of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua grabbed it, and cast a spell. The Feijing actually let out a series of howls, and then clouds like bubbles appeared on the surface of the Feijing's body. As the clouds boiled, the Feijing once again emitted an earthy yellow brilliance. The light was so sharp that Xiao Hua couldn't help but feel a stabbing pain when he looked at it. Profound green light. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He immediately took out his spatial ring, and his mind and divine sense fell on the light. See, even though Xiao Hua's divine sense was as condensed as steel, when it fell on the profound green light, it was still easily pierced by this innate treasure. Xiao Hua didn't dare to pay too much attention to his divine sense, and his mind also felt as if it was burning. When Xiao Hua clenched his teeth, the profound green light and clouds in front of him disappeared. Che was dumbfounded. He looked at the ordinary spatial ring in Xiao Hua's hand and said in a low voice, Xiao. Daoist Xiao, your spatial ring can actually store an innate Earth Mother? Haha. Xiao Hua smiled and put away the spatial ring. He nodded and said, This Xiao's spatial ring is definitely not an ordinary spatial ring. Alright. Che thought that this was Xiao Hua's secret, so he withdrew his gaze from the spatial ring. He took out another spatial ring from his bosom and handed it to Xiao Hua, saying, This is the condition that I promised Daoist Xiao. Saying this, Che formed a seal on the pagoda-shaped communication artifact. The scene of the meeting hall in the clouds appeared again. Without waiting for Hua Fei to speak, Che said with a smile, Old Hua, isn't it the Yong and Mountains orthodoxy? Since you've agreed, don't go back on your word. Che, Hua Fei said in a bad mood. When did this old man say that he would let the Fortune Gate inherit the Yong and Mountains orthodoxy? You just wanted to give face to Daoist Xiao. Of course this is nothing. The Yong'an mountain is located at the southwest border. Their cultivation technique is very strange and ordinary cultivators may not be able to cultivate it. If this matter is not brought up in the meeting hall, no one will think too much about it. Thank you, Sect Master Hua. Yunche was in a good mood. He cupped his hands and smiled. This old man is looking for you for another matter. Hua Fei waved his hand and said with a strange expression. Yunche was surprised and asked curiously, "What is it?" When Sect Master Yun turned off the communication artifact, the meeting hall received news that the devil race is going to attack the Xianchao Peak. However, this news hasn't been confirmed yet. Hua Fei replied indifferently. This Hua wants Sect Master Yun to stay away from the Xianchao Peak. Unfortunately, Sect Master Yun's communication artifact has been turned off. The devil race is going to invade our Shindao sect? Yunche frowned in disbelief. How is this possible? Hua Fei nodded. Exactly. This Hua also doesn't dare to believe it, so I've already sent my disciples to investigate. However, if this news is true, then it's time for the devil race to reveal their true intentions. The final battle is probably not far away. Chapter 41-34. Alright, that's why I'm looking for you. Sect Master Yun, you can make your own decision. After saying that, Hua Fei quickly closed the communication channel without any delay. Sect Master Yun? Xiao Hua reminded, it's better to believe it than not. Sect Master should return to the Xianchao Peak to take a look. There's no need. Yunche waved his hand and said, if the devil race dared to invade my Shindao sect, they would have already invaded the ruins. If I'm not mistaken, this news is fake. We should go to the snow/school. Xiao Hua didn't fly forward and said with a smile, Sect Master Yun, don't forget the tragedy of Mount Yong'an and the snow/school. If the devil race really wants to attack the Shindao sect, it won't be good if Sect Master Yun doesn't stay on the Xianchao Peak. Hearing Xiao Hua's advice and thinking about the tragedy of Mount Yong'an, Yunche was a little hesitant. He thought for a while and said embarrassedly, I just formed an alliance with the Fortune Gate. Now that the Fortune Gate is helping the snow/school, it's not appropriate for me to not go. Besides, I promised Spiritual Master Xiao. Hee, Sect Master Yun, you don't have to make it difficult. Xiao Hua said with a smile, Snow/school has a few good friends and hundreds of thousands of disciples. There shouldn't be any trouble. I just want to accompany Sect Master Yun to take a look. Actually, I have other things to do. Since Sect Master Yun doesn't want to go, I won't go either. Spiritual Master Xiao, what else do you want? Yunche was grateful that Xiao Hua gave him a way out. He didn't think that Xiao Hua would give him an answer. Who would have thought that Xiao Hua would reply without hesitation? This Xiao has always wanted to visit the Misty Sect in Ping River. Unfortunately, this Xiao had just arrived at the southwest border when I had a battle with the Devil Emperor. Now, I have come to Mount Yong'an. Now that I finally have some free time, I'm going to Ping River. Heh. A strange expression appeared on Yunche's face. He blinked his eyes and said with a helpless expression, Spiritual Master Xiao, the moment you came to the ruins, you wanted to visit Lu Wuxia. Are you looking down on me and Mo Lianxi? Or are you after Sect Master Lu's beauty? That Lu Wuxia is even prettier than the sect leader of Yong'an Mountain. Ugh. Xiao Hua was originally a little confused by Yunche's expression, but after hearing Yunche's words, the image of a beautiful woman's curvaceous figure unconsciously appeared in his mind. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, Sect Master Yun must be joking. When this Xiao heard the name of the Misty School, this Xiao didn't know the name of the Misty School sect master, much less that Lu Wuxia was a female cultivator. Looks like Spiritual Master Xiao really has some other secrets. Yunche smiled mysteriously and waved his hand. Since that's the case, this Yun won't ask anymore. Let's go. I was just about to take the teleportation array. Since you have no sense of direction, we can travel together. When we reach there, I will find a Shundao sect disciple to accompany you to Ping River. Good. Xiao Hua clapped his hands. Thank you for your trouble, Sect Master Yun. Then, the two of them moved and turned into rainbows in mid-air as they flew towards a certain place. More than 10 days later, on top of a towering mountain range, in a lush forest, Xueqi flew out with a female disciple wearing a clean Taoist robe. That female disciple's appearance wasn't particularly beautiful, but her brows were filled with elegance and there was also a kind of purity in her eyes. As soon as the two of them flew out of the forest, that disciple respectfully pointed into the distance and said, "Senior Xiao, 1,000 miles ahead of us is the mountain gate of my fragrant cult. There are no teleportation arrays that can be used within this distance. I will have to trouble Senior to fly there with this junior." "No problem," Xueqi said with a smile. "There are many teleportation arrays in the ruins. It only takes a few days to travel a few million miles. The realm this old man is in doesn't have any teleportation arrays. If you want to travel 1,000,000 miles, you either have to use a flying magic tool or fly there yourself. This 1,000 miles is just a stroll in the park for this old man." At this point, Xueqi was slightly stunned, as if he had thought of something. The woman pursed her lips and said with a smile, "There are also benefits to not having a teleportation array. Frequently using the flying technique is extremely good for condensing true qi. I presume that Taoist's unpredictable divine ability is cultivated from these subtle aspects." "That's right, Bo Yun," Xueqi said. "In the realm this old man is in, there are often some flying demonic beasts that can be used. However, in this old man's ruins, not only are there no flying demonic beasts, there aren't even demonic beasts used by cultivators." Hearing Xueqi's question, the female disciple of the Misty School named Bo Yun's expression changed slightly. She whispered, "Senior Xiao, please no. The ruins are in the cultivation world that belongs to the Moon God Palace. Moon beasts hate demonic beasts, so there aren't many demonic beasts in the ruins. Except for some low-level demonic beasts that can be hunted by my Dao sect disciples and obtain demonic cores, there aren't many demonic beasts that are particularly powerful. As for the Tai Bai astral realm that is closest to the Moon God Palace, according to what this junior knows, there are many demonic beasts. The Dao sect cultivators there can cultivate together with the demonic beasts and fight together. There are even many wonderful legends." Sweat. Seeing a string of little stars appear in Bo Yun's eyes, Xueqi immediately understood what this little girl was thinking, so he coughed a few times and said, "Miss Bo, please lead the way." "Yes, this junior understands." Bo Yun stuck out her tongue and hurriedly urged the cloud to rush in front of Xueqi. However, it was only a moment before she made a fuss again. "Oh, this junior forgot to send a message to the sect master. Senior Xiao is such a famous cultivator, if I don't send a message, it will break the etiquette." Saying that, Bo Yun hurriedly raised her hand and was about to take out the communication talisman from the Sumeru ring on her finger. When Xueqi heard about etiquette, he felt a headache coming. He hurriedly stopped her and said, "Miss Bo, this old man hates etiquette the most. It's better if you don't send a message." Hee, it turns out that Senior Xiao also hates etiquette. When Bo Yun heard this, her face lit up with joy. "Me too." When this junior was young, every time a senior came to visit Ping River, this junior had to stand in the air with a group of sisters to greet them. No matter if it was windy or raining, or if it was under the sun, I couldn't use my magic power. There were several times when my sister's skin was tanned. "That's right," Xueqi said with a smile. "A visit is just a visit, why make it so grand?" "Then this junior won't send a message." Bo Yun stuck out her tongue with a smile. "Otherwise, once senior leaves, there might be young disciples slandering senior behind your back." "It seems like you did this a lot when you were young." Xueqi smiled and pointed at Bo Yun. Hee, I accidentally exposed myself," Bo Yun said with a bit of coquettishness, "but when we arrive at the sect, senior has to explain for this junior that it was senior who didn't want to send a message. Let's go." Xueqi unfolded his Taoist robe and a gust of wind wrapped around Bo Yun's thin figure. He said, "With your dilly-dallying like this, I'm afraid you won't be able to fly home even if it's dark today." Gidge. Sensing her body moving like lightning, Bo Yun actually giggled. She knew that Xueqi was joking with her. 1,000 miles of land was covered in just a moment. When more than 10 large cities appeared on the ground in the distance, Xueqi knew that this must be the Misty School. Xueqi's figure stopped in the air. His gaze swept across the ground, and his eyes actually revealed a trace of surprise. Xueqi's figure was a boundless mountainous area. On the mountainous area, there were more than 10 cities with different shapes. Between these cities, there was a river that separated them. Above the river, there was a mist that looked like it was evaporating. Looking at these more than 10 large cities, they were built with large bluestone stones. The bluestone stones were engraved with runes. These runes emitted various colors of brilliance under the sun. Although it was faint, as the brilliance flashed, an obscure fluctuation attracted countless amounts of world's origin chi to descend. All of the large cities were shrouded in a layer of faint mist. Under the mist, there were tens of thousands of different forms of the world. Whether it was an endless stream of horses and carriages, or a weaving stream of people, it was noisy and bustling. Xueqi didn't open his illusion breaker eyes. He only used his divine sense to sweep across. He had already sensed that the world's origin chi within a few thousand miles was abnormally dense. Not only was the world's origin chi of water flowing on the ground like water dragons, even the large cities had a dense earth origin chi of heaven and earth like a black turtle nailed to the ground. A kind of majestic feeling was born out of thin air, as if a giant mountain was standing in front of Xueqi's eyes. See. Xueqi's Misty School's sect protecting array actually gave him the feeling of seeing a mountain peak on the flat ground. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He thought to himself, the Misty School's array is indeed powerful. This water flow should be a transformation of the innate divine restriction array. Those large cities are also the structure of the Earth Clan's soul condensing array. Of course, these two arrays can't be considered complete. They aren't even 30% of the divine restriction array. However, the Misty School was able to ingeniously combine these two arrays. It is really rare. The Misty School is indeed worthy of being one of the 3 great schools of the ruins. I just don't know. Is this Misty School related to the Misty School in this Xiao's memory? Boom boom boom. Just as Xueqi was thinking, dazzling sparks flew out from the large cities at the same time. These sparks landed in the air and transformed into the words, "Welcome Spiritual Master Xiao to the Misty School." Then woo-woo. There was a burst of sobbing sound of water. Water vapor flew out from the Ping River. This water vapor rushed into the air and burst open. Within 100 miles, petals condensed from water vapor flashed under the sunlight, sparkling and translucent. Ai, in the end there is still a guard of honor. Seeing this, how could Xueqi not know that this was the Misty School welcoming him? He also understood in his heart that since he left the Misty School's teleportation array, even if Bo Yun didn't send a message, how could the disciple guarding the teleportation array not report his whereabouts to the school? Moreover, he didn't see any patrolling disciples along the way, so of course they were deliberately avoiding him. Following a burst of music from the central city, a waterfall that was several miles long flew out from the city. This waterfall was like a grassland blown by the spring wind. Grass and flowers were born from the waterfall and quickly spread out in the air. Chapter 41-35. Then, without waiting for the sound to dissipate, countless grass and flowers flew out from the waterfall and gathered in the air to form a human figure more than 10 zhong tall. The human figure slowly shrank. The grass turned into white skin, and the flowers turned into a spring beauty. In just the blink of an eye, a charming woman wearing colorful clothes appeared in front of Xueqi. Her lips were slightly curled, and she had a faint smile on her face. The woman's gaze landed on the somewhat dumbstruck Xueqi's face. Then, she smiled sweetly. This smile was unparalleled. It was as if a group of butterflies had spread their wings from the corner of the woman's eyebrows, taking away the color of the entire world. Behind the woman, the flowers and plants were moving and clouds were being born. Tensome men and women of different ages were dressed in different clothes. Their faces were filled with curiosity as their gazes fell on Xueqi's body. Sect Master Lu. Xueqi was a little absent-minded, and almost stuttered. But in an instant, he shook his head and came to his senses. A wry smile appeared on his face as he cupped his hands and said, "Fortune Gates Xueqi greets Sect Master Lu. But Sect Master Lu's joke is a little too big." Hee hee. The woman's lips trembled slightly as she replied, "I know that Taoist Xiao doesn't like etiquette, so I didn't dare to make it public. But since Taoist Xiao is coming to my Misty School for the first time, how can I not leave a deep impression on Taoist Xiao?" All right. Xiao Hua smiled. Sect Master Lu has left a deep impression on me. I'm afraid it won't be easy for me to forget. That's good. Lu Wuxia stretched out her hand, and a cloud-like handkerchief appeared, covering her mouth. She raised her other hand and said, "These are my Misty School's elders and hall masters." When they heard that the famous Taoist Xiao was coming, they were all excited and came out to welcome him. I had no choice but to bring them here. I am Xiao Hua. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Xiao Hua naturally couldn't be negligent, and greeted everyone with a smile. We greet Taoist Xiao. Seeing that Xiao Hua was extremely humble, which was very different from his reputation, the group of cultivators were also happy and bowed. First, a simple greeting. I'll continue later. Lu Wuxia's voice sounded very graceful, but her tone was unquestionable. Spiritual Master Xiao, please come with me. Sect Leader Lu, please. Xiao Hua raised his hand, and a series of chimes rang out. The flowers and plants in the air swayed, and Xiao Hua, Lu Wuxia, and the rest landed in the center of the city. Under the clouds and mist, the scenery in the city was naturally different from what one could see outside. The palaces, pavilions, and flowers were all incomparably exquisite. The male and female disciples flying around in the scenery were all dragons and phoenixes among men. They were even more beautiful than in a painting. When Xiao Hua landed, there was another huge palace. There weren't many decorations in this palace, and there weren't any ordinary tables. There were only all kinds of spirit herbs and spirit flowers. Even the walls of the palace were painted with countless strange flowers and plants. It was really a kingdom of flowers. Looking at the sky above the palace, there was a rising sun hanging high in the sky, and layers of clouds floating in the sky. A cool breeze brushed past one's face, and bursts of flower fragrance assailed one's nostrils. Xiao Hua looked around and sighed. Sect Leader Lu, this Xiao has guessed countless times what it would be like to enter the Misty School, but I've never thought that the Misty School would be like this. Why did Spiritual Master Xiao guess countless times? Could it be that Spiritual Master Xiao has long wanted to come to my Misty School? Lu Wuxia's two innocent eyes stared at Xiao Hua with a puzzled expression. Xiao Hua smiled. Indeed. I won't hide it from Sect Leader Lu. This Xiao also has a Misty School in this Xiao's memory. However, this Xiao doesn't remember what that Misty School looks like. So when this Xiao heard that there was a Misty School in ruins, this Xiao naturally wanted to come and visit Sect Leader Lu. So that's how it is. Lu Wuxia nodded and asked probingly. But, looking at Spiritual Master Zhao's expression, it seems like you're disappointed? There's disappointment, but there's also a pleasant surprise. Xiao Hua smiled. Pingzhong's Misty School doesn't seem to be the Misty School that this Xiao was looking for. However, Sect Leader Lu's Misty School has opened this Zhao's eyes. Hee, that's good. Lu Wuxia covered her mouth and smiled again. She looked around and said, Spiritual Master Xiao, other than coming to see if my Misty School is the Misty School in Spiritual Master Zhao's memory, is there anything else? Naturally, I want to exchange my cultivation with Sect Leader Lu. I hope that Sect Leader Lu's experience can give this Xiao some enlightenment. Xiao Hua smiled and replied, It's inevitable that we'll interact with each other. I heard that Spiritual Master Xiao came from outside the realm, so I've always wanted to visit. Later, I heard that the Fortune Gate's disciples are brave and good at fighting, much stronger than the disciples of ruins, so I'm even more envious. Lu Wuxia said again. However, before that, the elders and hall masters have many questions that they want to ask Spiritual Master Xiao. I hope that Spiritual Master Xiao will not be stingy with his guidance. After saying that, Lu Wuxia waved her hand and dozens of flower buds appeared in the hall. These flower buds bloomed, revealing a pink jade chair. Lu Wuxia smiled and said, Spiritual Master Xiao, please sit. Sect Leader Lu, please. Xiao Hua politely raised his hand and the two of them sat down. The elders and hall masters of the Misty School also sat down. Xiao Hua looked around and said with a smile, Hee, fellow Taoists, please speak. This Xiao will tell you everything he knows. Spiritual Master Xiao, which realm did you come from? A woman hurriedly said. This concubine heard that Spiritual Master came from the 3 continents, but this concubine searched the Moon God realm, Tai Bai Star realm, Gongri Morning Realm and other nearby realms, but there seems to be no record of the 3 continents. Haha, fellow Taoist's first question has stumped this Xiao. Xiao Hua said with a smile. This Xiao was originally teleporting, but the teleportation channel suddenly changed. This Xiao came out of the collapsed teleportation channel with great difficulty, but was already in the ruins. This Xiao doesn't know where the 3 continents are, and where the ruins are. Why is this Xiao doing his best to fight against the devil race with the disciples of ruins? It's because I want to quickly find the teleportation formation to return to the 3 continents. Ha ha ha, so spiritual master Xiao is already lost. An even prettier female cultivator said with a smile. However, if spiritual master Xiao doesn't know where the 3 continents are, how can you find the teleportation formation? Without the teleportation formation, with spiritual master Zhao's strength at the 9th stage of the Dao transformation realm, it's impossible for him to not get lost while flying in the starry sky. Yes. Xiao Hua nodded and said with a smile. This Xiao knows all this, but it's hard to leave one's homeland. If there's a trace of opportunity, this Xiao will look for it. Even if this Xiao fails, this Xiao will still try. Also, an older male cultivator asked again, Spiritual Master Xiao, it said that when you came to the ruins, you seemed to be alone. How did you suddenly get 100,000 Fortune Gate disciples? What kind of spatial magic treasure do you have in your hand that can hold so many people? This. Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment, then raised his hand and took out the Kunlun mirror. He said with a smile, this Xiao's magic treasure is called Kunlun mirror? Clear sky mirror? It's really this supreme treasure? How is this possible? Before Xiao Hua could speak, the group of Misty School cultivators couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Even Lu Wuxia's eyes revealed a strange look. After the group of cultivators recovered from their shock, they looked at Lu Wuxia, obviously afraid of something. Lu Wuxia raised her hand and pointed at the ground. Countless tender leaves flew out and turned into a green whirlwind that covered the entire hall. Then, Lu Wuxia asked softly, Spiritual Master Xiao, do the 3 continents belong to the Wenchang Sage Domain or the Heavens Equal Dao Realm? You. Which supreme treasure is this? Where did you get it from? Wenchang Sage Domain? Heavens Equal Dao Realm? Xiao Hua was stunned. He knew where these 2 realms were. He smiled and said, everyone is wrong. I's magic treasure is the heaven-raising mirror. It has nothing to do with the Kunlun mirror or the clear sky mirror. As he said that, Xiao Hua circulated his magic power, and the Kunlun mirror emitted a faint yellow light. Oh! Looking at the Kunlun mirror's light, Lu Wuxia's eyes revealed a look of understanding. She smiled and said, so it's not a divine item like the Kunlun mirror or the clear sky mirror. You really gave I a fright. That's. Xiao Hua kept the Kunlun mirror and said with a smile, I's just a Dao actualization realm cultivator. How could I get such a divine item? But, Xiao Hua's tone changed again, and he said curiously, in my 3 continents, there seems to be a legend of the Kunlun mirror and the clear sky mirror. But these 2 divine items seem to be 2 different things. Everyone, why did you call out 2 names when you saw this inconspicuous magic treasure of mine? This. The group of cultivators hesitated again. Lu Wuxia thought for a while and said with a smile, from what I know, the Wenchang Sage Domain has the clear sky mirror, and the Heavens Equal Dao Realm has the Kunlun mirror. These 2 are supreme treasures of the realm. But, these 2 supreme treasures are exactly the same. Even their power and effects are the same. The 2 realms have caused many waves because of this. Daoist Xiao suddenly took out a spatial magic treasure that is similar to these 2 supreme treasures. Naturally, I was shocked. Sigh, Daoist Xiao, I really hope that you came from these 2 realms. Just by relying on the supreme treasures of the realms, I'm afraid that you can scare the devil race away. Unfortunately, my ruins is just an extremely remote corner of the cultivation world. I see. Xiao Hua smiled. Although he understood why the cultivators of the Misty School called the Kunlun mirror by 2 names, he was even more confused. In the hidden immortal continent, the Kunlun mirror was clearly the Kunlun mirror, and the clear sky mirror was clearly the clear sky mirror. Although Xiao Hua had never seen what the clear sky mirror looked like, looking at Sun Jian's appearance, these 2 magic treasures were probably different. Of course, what made Xiaohua even more confused was that he clearly had the Kunlun mirror in his hand, and the immortal emperor of the immortal palace also had the clear sky mirror. Why were there also the clear sky mirror and the Kunlun mirror in the Wenchang sage domain and the heavens equal Dao realm? Could it be that the one in his hand was a fake? Forget it, forget it. I don't care if it's fake or not. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua smiled. He didn't have any foundation. Obtaining such a magic treasure was already extremely lucky. Who cared if it was real or not? Chapter 41-36. Hearing Lu Wuxia's words, Xiaohua smiled and said to Lu Wuxia, "Sect Master Lu, don't be impatient. Although there aren't any famous cultivators in the ruins, the unity of the cultivators in the ruins is what we rely on the most. Hundreds of sects will work together to resist the demons. If 1 year isn't enough, then 10 years, then 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. As long as one of us is alive, as long as this person is still alive, we won't let the demons take a single step into the ruins." Good. Lu Wuxia clapped her hands and praised. Our human race has such integrity, as Taoist Xiao said. We will definitely be able to keep the demons out of the ruins. Sect Master Lu, you flatter me. Xiaohua said humbly. This Xiao is just saying. On the front line of the war, the disciples of the ruins used their blood and lives to carry out the mission. They are the true integrity of the human race. That's right. Taoist Xiao is right. Lu Wuxia said in admiration. I have always been thinking and hoping that the Moon God Palace or other realms would be able to help us. However, I didn't expect that the one who can truly resist the demons is ourselves. Lu Wuxia asked again, that's right. I also have a question. Who was the demon emperor that trapped Taoist Xiao that day? What about the fierce battle that day? Can Taoist Xiao tell us in detail? Of course. Xiaohua nodded and told them about the fierce battle at the White Cloud Monastery. Finally, after some thought, he also told them about the battle at Mount Yong'en. The cultivators were dumbfounded. After all, they had heard of the strength of the zombies and had even fought against the demons of the zombies. However, they had never seen a demon emperor that could turn all the disciples of Mount Yong'en into zombies. The death of hundreds of thousands of disciples was nothing in their eyes. However, when they thought of hundreds of thousands or millions of disciples being controlled by a witch and doing things they didn't know, these cultivators couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Their expressions changed slightly. Seeing this, Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. It said that a foot-tall demon is 10 feet tall. However, demons are demons, and we humans are humans. Humans have hot-bloodedness, humanity, ambition, and fighting spirit. This is something that the demons can't compare to. Even though the zombies are powerful, they are nothing before the fighting spirit of the human race and the divine abilities of the Taoist cultivators. With the help of a few of my good friends and Xindao Sect's Sect Master Yun, the matter of Yong'an Mountain was easily settled. If it were you, it would have been the same. That's right. Lu Wuxia quickly chimed in with a smile. Our Misty School has long passed down a secret technique. As long as you cultivate it, you won't be taken advantage of by the zombies. At this point, Lu Wuxia's eyebrows turned and she asked curiously, why is Yun Che also going to Mount Yong'an? Why didn't he come to Pingjiang? Sect Master Yun is in a hurry to return to the sect. Judging from Lu Wuxia's tone, it sounded like she was on good terms with Yun Che. Xiaohua couldn't help but recall Yun Che's earlier tone. Xiaohua smiled thoughtfully and said, the assembly hall has received news that the devil race might launch a large-scale attack on Haidon Peak. How is that possible? Lu Wuxia smiled. Yun Che's worries are groundless. If the devil race attacks Haidon Peak, they'll reveal their true intentions. Our ruins and the devil race will have to fight to the death, and the current situation doesn't seem to have reached that stage yet. This Xiao thinks so too. Xiaohua nodded. But at this time, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly rang out. It was as if a giant hand had thrown the entire Pingjiang into a pot of boiling water. Xiaohua's expression changed greatly. He looked at Lu Wuxia in disbelief. A trace of understanding flashed through Lu Wuxia's eyes. She hurriedly raised a hand and pointed. A dark green brilliance rushed into the top of the hall. Then, as if the color had faded, the sunlight and white clouds in the hall disappeared with a whoosh. A sky covered in devil clouds suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. A diversion. Xueqi couldn't help but tremble. At this point, how could he not know what the devil race was planning? The demon race had spread the news that they were going to attack the Godly Knife faction. They had secretly sent their army to Ping River. While the attention of the conference hall was focused on the Xian Chao Peak, they were going to attack the Misty sect. Moreover, Xueqi really admired his own luck. If he had stayed at Yong and Mountain, or followed Yun Che to Shindao sect, it would have been fine. But he just had to come to Misty School, and just had to encounter the devil race besieging Pingjiang. Looking at Lu Wuxie again, it was only a moment of surprise before her eyes flashed with a stern look. She calmly said, "It's actually the time for a decisive battle. This sect master has underestimated the devil race. Although they don't have any humanity, they also have brains. Normal cultivators know how to make a diversion, but there aren't many who can use it so well. Many elders of my discussion hall, sect master. It seems like we have to face the wall and reflect on our mistakes again. Everyone, we're here." The cultivators of Misty School all stood up and bowed in response. Lu Wuxie slowly stood up. Her eyes looked at the devil figures in the sky, and her tone was abnormally stern as she said, "The devil race attacked my Misty School with the intention of establishing their power. They want to eliminate my Misty School from Pingjiang. If we want to live, if we don't want to become the devil race's puppet, we have to fight with our lives on the line. Although the devil race's attack was sudden and caught us unprepared, how can the devil race underestimate our Misty School after so many years of fighting experience? How can we let the devil race succeed? Especially, the heaven-sent Taoist Xiao, who is feared by the devil race, to Pingjiang. With Taoist Xiao and this sect master here, even if the devil race's devil emperor personally comes, you all don't have to worry. Everyone, this sect master won't say any more superfluous words. If you want to live, you have to kill the devil race. The more you kill, the more likely you will be able to survive this war. Kill. Kill." The cultivators naturally understood the importance of this battle, and didn't need Lu Wuxie to say anything. However, when Lu Wuxie specifically mentioned Xiaohua's name, the cultivators' eyes lit up. Not to mention the Fortune Gate's lightning boat's power, who knew how many devils they had killed in the past 10 years. Xiaohua being able to fight against the devil emperor for more than 10 years and still survive was enough to make them feel at ease and excited. Following that, the cultivators left one after another. Obviously, Lu Wuxie had already made arrangements, and she didn't need to personally instruct them on how to attack. Taoist Xiao. Lu Wuxie's eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at the devil clouds covering 10,000 li of Pingjiang. Moreover, the devil chi within the devil clouds flickered with blood-red light. She said, "In today's battle, we will need Taoist Zhao's lightning power to resist the devil race. If we can block the devil race outside Pingjiang, my Misty School will definitely reward you handsomely." "There's no need to say such polite words." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Since this Xiao has mistakenly entered the ruins, and now that this Xiao has arrived at the Misty School, this Xiao is going to kill the devil race. This is the mandate of heaven, and it's an action that benefits both sides. There's no need to ask for anything in return." "All right. Taoist Xiao, please come with me." Lu Wuxie raised her hand, and a light projection appeared in the sky. "If there is a devil emperor leading the army, I hope Taoist Xiao can help." Xiaohua nodded and rushed out of the hall with the light projection. However, Xiaohua had only flown a few feet when he suddenly thought of something. He turned his head and asked curiously, "Sect Master Lu, this Xiao has something that I don't understand. Please enlighten me." "Taoist Xiao, please speak." Lu Wuxie was a little absent-minded as she released her divine sense to check the surroundings. Xiaohua also released his divine sense and asked, "Previously, this Xiao found something strange in the Eternal Peace Mountain. The Eternal Peace Mountain sect master might not be in the Tao Transformation Realm, but what about his seniors? Don't tell me none of them are in the Tao Transformation Realm? If they had a little bit of foundation, they wouldn't have been killed by a devil emperor, right? Of course, the Eternal Peace Mountain sect is a small sect in the southwest and may not have any outstanding talents. However, the Misty School is a large sect in the ruins. Could it be that Sect Master Lu is the only one who can deal with a devil emperor? What about the other seniors of your sect? As he spoke, Lu Wuxia's beautiful eyes fell from the demonic clouds in the sky. She looked deeply at Xiaohua and replied, could it be that the seniors of the 3 continents, after reaching the 9th stage of the Dao transformation realm, they all stayed in the sect? This. Xiaohua frowned. He really didn't know how to answer this question. After all, he was only a low-level cultivator on the Dawn Rain continent and didn't know much about the foundation of the Imperial Thunder sect. However, from the powerful divine sense that flashed from the Imperial Thunder sect, Xiaohua knew that the Imperial Thunder sect definitely had elders at the nascent Soul Realm and above who stayed in the Sky Thunder Peak. Of course, if the elders reached the Dao transformation realm and were about to undergo tribulation, they would naturally go to the immortal world and not stay in the sect. As for the hidden immortal continent, there was no such thing as a sect for Dao sect cultivators. High-level cultivators should go to the Panglai immortal realm. The situation of these 2 places was completely different from the ruins. There was no comparison. After thinking for a while, Xiaohua replied, if the seniors of the 3 continents reach the 9th stage of the Dao transformation realm, they naturally can't stay in the sect. They have to go to places like the Moon God Palace to continue cultivating. As for those seniors who can't break through to the 9th stage of the Dao transformation realm, they can stay in the sect. I see. Lu Wuxia nodded and said, I understand. The 3 continents have abundant qi of heaven and earth, so the management of the realms is lax. That's why these seniors stay in the sect. However, the ruins is an extremely remote place in the cultivation world under the jurisdiction of the Moon God Palace. Any seniors who break through to the 9th stage of the Dao transformation realm have to go to the Moon God Palace to be selected. It's best if they can enter the Moon God Palace, but if they can't return and have to go to other realms to find opportunities. As for those seniors who can't break through, the Moon God Palace has strict rules. They can't stay in their original sect for too long. Actually, there's no need for these rules. The resources in the ruins are limited. High-level seniors consume 10 times or even 100 times more resources than ordinary disciples. For the sake of the younger disciples, these seniors usually leave the ruins. I understand. Xiaohua sighed. This sacrifice is respectable. However, in times of crisis, when the devil race invades, they can't help the sect escape. There's no need to borrow the power of the seniors in the sect. Lu Wuxia answered indifferently. If the ruins can't even get rid of the encirclement of such a small devil race, then, even if the ruins are destroyed, so what? Dozens of winnowing basket heart cleansing formations quickly took shape. Moreover, these dozens of winnowing basket heart cleansing formations slowly expanded in all directions, fusing together with the python from before. The entire ground emitted a dazzling water-blue brilliance, and this brilliance shot straight towards the blood-colored formation in the sky. Damn, this is really a big deal. Xiaohua's mouth was a bit dry. Although he was proficient in the Clan Earth Soul Consolidating Formation and the Winnowing Basket Heart Cleansing Formation, he had never seen an entire sect that spans several thousand li into 2 formations. At this time, he also understood why the Misty School was not built on top of a mountain. How is it? Beside him, Lu Wuxia looked at Xiaohua's expression and did not forget to ask arrogantly, can my Misty School's sect protecting formation withstand the demon race's invasion? Ha ha ha, if this Clan Earth Soul Consolidating Formation and the Winnowing Basket Heart Cleansing Formation cannot withstand the demon race's invasion, then I don't think there is any other sect in the ruins that can withstand the demon race's invasion. At this time, how could Xiaohua extinguish Lu Wuxia's fighting spirit? Daoist Xiao also knows about the Clan Earth Soul Consolidating Formation and the Winnowing Basket Heart Cleansing Formation? A trace of surprise flashed through Lu Wuxia's eyes, but after this surprise, there was a kind of ecstasy. Xiaohua smiled and nodded, of course. Then, Lu Wuxia's breathing became a bit hurried again. She lowered her voice and asked, how does it compare to Daoist Zhao's capital star formation? Lu Wuxia's words did not sound very methodical, as if she did not have a head or a brain, but Xiao Hua understood the meaning behind her words. He smiled and said, "If Master Lu is willing, this Xiao can teach these two formations. Just like the capital star formation to the Misty School." Great. Lu Wuxia understood that Xiao Hua was talking about the Misty School and not Lu Wuxia. She knew that this was a kind of trade, and the Misty School had to pay a price to obtain it. However, she was still wild with joy. Once these demons are defeated, my Misty School will pay a price that will satisfy Taoist Xiao. Boom! What was even more shocking than Lu Wuxia's determination was the simultaneous explosion in the sky. Even people as strong as Xiao Hua and Lu Wuxia couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat, and the blood in their bodies tightened. At this time, the sky was already filled with a sea of blood, and the demonic clouds from before had turned into spots, scattered around the edge of the sea of blood. The huge explosion was coming from these demonic clouds. As Xiao Hua's spiritual will swept across, 108 huge devil drums appeared in the devil clouds. Behind the devil drums were 108 huge devil clansmen. These devil clansmen were different from the ones Xiao Hua had seen before. They were all skeletons. Moreover, these bone demons had different appearances. None of them were humanoid. The edges of the huge demonic drums were covered with dark demonic runes that could swallow light, and there were also strange demonic beast totems on the drums. When the huge bones of the bone demons hit the demonic drums, the demonic beast totems emitted strange fluctuations, and once the fluctuations fell into the sky, they immediately exploded in the sky, turning the nearby heaven and earth yuan qi into powder. The fluctuations rushed into the Earth Soul Condensing Formation and the Winnowing Basket Heart Cleansing Formation. The brilliance of the two formations flickered in the midst of the beating of the drums, like a candle in the wind. Xiao Hua's heart and blood were also beating wildly. He hurriedly circulated his magic power to resist, and Lu Wuxia's face was also somewhat unsightly. This was because within the formations, there were already some low-level disciples whose bodies had exploded due to the beating of the drums. The two incomplete formations were not able to completely block the attack of the demonic drums. However, in just a moment, a sound like seeds sprouting, like green leaves sprouting, came from the 10 fortresses. Although this sound was not loud, it was very tenacious, and the light that was trembling in the midst of the beating of the drums also became brighter. Immediately after, the sound of water splashing could be heard again, like a mountain flowing in the rhythm of the drums. In an instant, the blood in Xiao Hua's body also began to rejoice. Dong dong dong. The 108 demonic drums were naturally unwilling to be outdone, and they began to beat again. Layers upon layers of mountain-like ripples descended from the sky and smashed into the spell formation. Not only did these ripples destroy the spiritual chi of heaven and earth within a radius of 5,000 kilometers, even cracks appeared in the void. Hong hong. When this fluctuation landed on Xiao Hua and Lu Wuxia's bodies, it naturally turned into dust. However, when it landed on the formations, it was different. Although the 10 fortresses remained motionless in the air, their light rapidly shrank, and they were on the verge of being extinguished. Xiao Hua and Lu Wuxia did not make a move. They only watched indifferently. Sure enough, after half the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the storm of fluctuations gradually weakened, and the power of the plants and water began to grow tenaciously again. The entire earth was once again filled with vitality. Gag. At this time, a strange laughter came from high up in the sky, and a 1,000 zhong tall demonic body appeared in an extremely strange manner. This demonic body looked like a shadow, and it was faintly floating in the sea of blood. However, the demonic horns on its forehead and the black wings on its back emitted a similar light, and it actually had a hint of holiness. The human race is indeed interesting. To actually be able to draw out such a strange power. The demonic emperor's voice was extremely enticing, and within 10,000 miles of space, tiny demonic runes appeared. If one's divine sense or eyes fell on these runes, they would actually be able to see the image of a man and a woman. It's a pity that this power is too weak in the eyes of my devil race. Human race, contribute your blood and life. As the demonic emperor spoke, the demonic runes in the space began to expand rapidly, and one after another, white flesh appeared from the demonic runes. Scenes of shame also appeared in the demonic runes. Pupiu. In the fortress, there were actually some disciples of the Misty School who couldn't resist the temptation and raised their hands to slap their own foreheads. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and they turned into corpses. Damn it! Lu Wuxia gritted her teeth and raised her hands. Just as she was about to make a move, there was a rumbling sound, and within several thousand miles of space, lightning flashed. The tens of thousands of demonic runes turned into dust, and only wisps of demonic qi remained. Gidge! This must be Taoist Master Xiao of the Fortune Gate. The wings on the back of the Devil Emperor's robe spread open, and he approached as if he was flying. His charming laughter actually caused Xiao Hua's heart to heat up. Your Tao Gate's lightning technique is indeed powerful. In a moment, this emperor wants to experience it. But right now, this emperor is not in the mood to fight with you. Shwa! As the Devil Emperor's wings fluttered, countless demonic flames flew out from his wings and fell on the blood formation like raindrops. Pa 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 pa. The sound of rain hitting banana leaves rang out in the sky. Although this sound was soft, it could be heard clearly amidst the beating of the demonic drums. Then where the demonic flames fell, countless rivers of blood poured down in torrents, falling towards the 10 fortresses of the Misty School. Chapter 41-38. Zizizet. Within 10,000 miles of space, an unpleasant stench filled the air, and the Earth Soul Condensing Array's brilliance was quickly extinguished. In just a moment, a series of roars came from the Winnowing Basket Heart Cleansing Array. The water current was even crazier than a python or dragon as it rushed into the Blood Sea. ZZZT. Ziz. Just as the Winnowing Basket Heart Cleansing Array blocked the Blood Sea, the sound of rats chewing onward came from the Blood Sea. Every drop of blood in the Blood Sea flashed with dark demonic qi, and as if a door had been opened, demons that looked very similar to the Demon Emperor flew out from the Blood Sea. Xiao Hua saw these demons clearly. They were the same kind of demons that he had killed at the teleportation hub when he had just arrived at the ruins. I see. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes as he looked at the Demon Emperor that was approaching the Blood Sea. He thought to himself, no wonder the Demon Emperor knows this Zhao's name. It must be because those demons were killed, and he didn't receive any message from them. Since that's the case, today will be a bloody battle. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua transmitted his voice to Lu Wuxia. Sect Master Lu, what are we waiting for? The Demon Emperor is right in front of us. Why don't we work together to kill it? Lu Wuxia was a little hesitant, but he also transmitted his voice. With our strength, we should be able to kill this Demon Emperor. However, this Demon Emperor is a demon that is good at escaping through space. It's impossible for us to block it and kill it. I just thought about it. We can only kill it if we lure it into the Winnowing Basket Heart Cleansing Array. All right. Xiao Hua nodded. We'll do as you say. You and I will attack and force it into the Winnowing Basket Heart Cleansing Array. As he spoke, Xiao Hua waved his hand, and a thunderbolt as sharp as a blade instantly cut the blood river in half. Moreover, the demons in the blood river were all turned into powder. Seeing this, Lu Wuxia also waved her sleeves, and countless green dots of light flew out, covering the space within a dozen li. The dots of light then turned into mung bean-sized seeds that fell into the blood river. When they exploded, they also exterminated the demon race. Woo-woo. The two of them moved at the same time, causing the entire space to tremble slightly. 2 sharp auras broke through the blood river and pounced towards the Demon Emperor in the sky. At this moment, the demons flying out of the blood river brandished their demonic aura and spat out demonic flames. Like locusts blotting out the sky and covering the earth, they pounced on the dozen or so huge fortresses of the Misty School. Similarly, the Misty School disciples who had been charging up in the fortresses also charged forward under the cover of the brilliance of the Earth Soul Condensing Formation. Rumble! A rumbling sound that shook tens of thousands of miles resounded. Many severed limbs flew out along with the miserable screams. However, these horrifying screams appeared especially vivid amidst the sound of the demonic drum. It was as if this blood and life were born for this demonic drum that shook one's spirit. Outside the fortresses, the Misty School disciples were risking their lives to fight. Inside the fortresses, the Misty School disciples were also desperately circulating their Zhan Yuan. Sounds of shwa 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 could be heard from the fortresses. One after another, raccoon-shaped lights flew out of the fortresses, roaring as they pounced towards the demons. The earthen yellow raccoon-shaped lights were actually very powerful. Every time a demon was enveloped by these lights, their pitch-black bodies would melt like snow, quickly turning into a pool of demonic blood. After a short while, all kinds of demon generals, demon marshals, and demon kings flew out of the blood river. The fighting strength of these demons was clearly a lot stronger than before, and the demonic aura in the entire space surged crazily. Kill! Roars of anger could be heard coming from the fortresses. The high-level disciples of the Misty School rushed out on their magic tools. Rays of light soared into the sky, and magic treasures collided with demonic tools, causing even the earth to shake. The Misty School disciples were desperately fighting. Xiao Hua and Lu Wuxia were already closing in on the Demon Emperor. Although Xiao Hua's divine sense was corroded by the blood array, his divine sense was very vigorous. With a sweep of his divine sense, he was able to force the blood array away. Although the Demon Emperor's figure was drifting, Xiao Hua's divine sense was still able to sense it. Seeing that they were closing in on the Demon Emperor, Xiao Hua rubbed his hands, and several crystal lights fell into the void. Hong long long. Thunder rumbled, and the space within 1,000 miles boiled. Following the thunder, the Demon Emperor's figure could no longer hide in the void, and a huge demonic body flashed with a strange brilliance. Around this demonic body, there was a layer of spatial distortion, and within this distortion, there was an extremely dark demonic aura flowing out of it. Kill! Xiao Hua sneered coldly. He grabbed at the air and a 100-meter-long streak of sword light appeared in front of the Demon Emperor's chest 100 kilometers away. The sword light streaked across the sky and slashed towards the Demon Emperor with incomparable sharpness. However, just as the sword light entered the Demon Emperor's chest, the demonic aura around the Demon Emperor's body slightly stirred. Unknowingly, the space distorted, and even the sword light was torn apart. Damn it! Xiao Hua roared, and with a push of his palms, the sword light pierced through again. Gag! The Demon Emperor sneered, and the demonic aura around his body surged. At the same time, the spatial distortion became even more severe. Every time Xiao Hua's sword light advanced an inch, the sword light would be torn apart an inch. By the time the entire sword light disappeared, the Demon Emperor was still not injured in the slightest. The renowned Taoist master Xiao only has this much divine ability? The Demon Emperor sneered, and with a wave of his hand, a seemingly solid ripple flashed from his withered arm. The ripple streaked across the sky, and a spatial crack slashed towards Xiao Hua like a sword. Not good. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly in his heart. This Demon Emperor is much more powerful than the Demon Monarch from before. Moreover, spatial manipulation is the innate divine ability of the demon race. This Xiao has only comprehended a few domains. How can I be this guy's opponent? However, seeing the spatial crack slashing towards him, Xiao Hua was not afraid. He raised his hand, and a huge illusory palm flew out, and grabbed the spatial crack like the hand of a Yuanying. Hong! With a loud sound, the spatial crack was crushed by the huge hand, and the hand also turned into nothingness. Si! At this time, Lu Wuxia also flew to the other side of the Demon Emperor. With a wave of her hand, she took out an emerald green branch. As the branch danced, specks of light flew out, and these specks of light fell into the air, turning into flowers. These flowers were extremely beautiful, and there were even dewdrops on them. However, the flowers emitted a powerful aura that swept away all the demon chi within a 10-li radius. Kill! Lu Wuxia also shouted, and the flowers spun as they flew towards the Demon Emperor's abdomen. The Demon Emperor was currently using his demon chi to fight against Xiao Hua's technique, and now that he was being forced by Lu Wuxia, he seemed to be overwhelmed. In a hurry, the Demon Emperor opened his mouth, and with a pu, a mouthful of dirty blood spurted out. This dirty blood turned into a blood demon that pounced towards the flowers. At this time, the blood demon within 100 li of the blood demon suddenly erupted, and like a flood, it poured into the blood demon's body. The blood demon's body suddenly expanded, and in a few breaths of time, it was already several hundred zhong tall. At this time, the flowers had already reached the blood demon's body. Pu. With a continuous sound, the flowers landed on the blood demon's body. The moment the flowers landed, they immediately turned into a layer of dark green net that quickly covered the blood demon. The blood demon's huge body shrank rapidly, and in a few breaths of time, it disappeared. Of course, the dark green brilliance also disappeared in the blood-red light. Humph. Seeing that Lu Wuxia's treasure did not work, Xiaohua coldly snorted. His hands formed a seal, and an obscure sound came from his mouth, like a dragon's roar. The space that was sealed by the Demon Emperor was being torn apart by Xiaohua's magic power, and pure heaven-earth yuan qi turned into crystal threads that fell into Xiaohua's seal. Ah! Not only was the Demon Emperor shocked, but Lu Wuxia was also stunned, and looked at Xiaohua in disbelief. Break! Along with the activation of Xiaohua's heavenly dragon speech technique, a strange fluctuation was generated from the left side of the Devil Emperor's devil body. Then boom boom. The sound of explosion was generated in the distorted space. In this explosion, the Devil Emperor's devil body was blown to pieces. Damn it! The Demon Emperor obviously did not expect Xiaohua's technique to be able to destroy his body. He muttered and opened his mouth, and a fishy smell of demon qi came out. The Demon Emperor's body that was destroyed by Xiaohua suddenly moved, and like a crazy demon, they rushed towards Xiaohua. In fact, a small portion of the devils had even disappeared into the void. Humph! Xiaohua waved his hand, and the Kunlun mirror appeared in his hand. Under the activation of his magic power, Hong, a four-colored beam of light shot out. Ayo ayo ayo! A series of miserable screams sounded, and all the demons were killed by the Kunlun mirror. Even the demons in the void turned into green smoke. After the little devil was destroyed, Xiaohua simply raised the Kunlun mirror. The four-colored light pillar once again soared into the sky and shone towards the Demon Emperor's heart. At the same time, Lu Wuxia hurriedly waved her hand again, and the emerald green branch left her hand, and turned into a big tree in midair, and pounced towards the Demon Emperor. The tree was several times more powerful than the flower just now. Not only did it destroy the blood river, it also cleared away the demon qi in the void. Whoa. Facing the combined attack of two human experts, the Demon Emperor did not panic. He raised his hand, and a white bone the size of a mountain appeared out of nowhere. This white bone was covered with demonic runes, and the Demon Emperor waved the white bone, and endless demon qi came out of the white bone. Even the blood river in the blood array followed the white bone and rushed towards the emerald green tree. As for Xiaohua's Kunlun mirror, the Demon Emperor raised his left foot and kicked down. The beam of light landed on the Demon Emperor's left foot, and his entire left foot suddenly turned into a demon head. With a roar, the demon head swallowed the beam of light. At the same time, the demon head turned into a demonic cloud that was dozens of feet in size, and rapidly rotated. The Kunlun mirror's beam of light actually became dimmer and dimmer in this demonic cloud. Go! Seeing that the Kunlun mirror did not work, Xiaohua's expression changed slightly. He raised his hand, and a dazzling golden light streaked across the sky, and like lightning, it struck the Demon Emperor's left leg. Facing the Tangjiao shears, even someone as strong as the Demon Emperor could not react in time. With a schwab sound, the Tangjiao shears struck the Demon Emperor's left leg. Under the golden light, the demonic runes on the Demon Emperor's body were split into two, and the broken demonic runes quickly disappeared. The Tangjiao shears, which had transformed into a dragon, slightly flicked its dragon tail, and even the indestructible Demon Emperor's left leg was cut off by the Tangjiao shears. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.